Okay, we're going to go ahead and call to order the Longmont Planning and Zoning Commission January 15th, 2025 meeting. Roll call.
Chair Poland.
Here.
Commissioner Height.
Present.
Commissioner Lang.
Here.
Commissioner Boone.
Here.
Commissioner Earl.
Here.
Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Next is communications from Grant Penland, Planning and Development Services.
Good evening, Chair, members of Commission. Nothing other than to say Happy New Year. Looking forward to a great 2025.
And a busy one, I think.
I believe so.
Okay. Jane is going out to check if anybody has signed up for public invited to be heard. And we have nobody. I will go ahead, open up public invited to be heard for anybody in the audience who would like to come forward. If you have anything that is not on the agenda today or going to be coming forward to us in the short term in a quasi-judicial mode. Seeing nobody come forward, we'll go ahead and close out public invited to be heard. Next is Commission New Year business. First item is a election of chair and vice chair. To begin this, we'll start with election of the chair. And Jane, how do we do the voting for this? By voice?
Either way, we can do a roll call vote if you want.
Or roll call vote? Okay, we'll do a roll call vote for this. First will be election of chair. And to kick this off, what I would like to do is I would like to nominate Commissioner Height. He did approach me. He indicated he had an interest in this. And I believe that it would be good for him to be the chairperson for this coming year. So I'll go ahead and make a motion for Commissioner Height for chairperson. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a second. Are there any other nominations for chair?
Do you not want to do it?
I think it would be good this year to give somebody a chance who would like to do it.
It's
Okay,
my
cool.
farewell tour, which is why I approached,
Just like the Stones.
yeah. I'll be coming back.
Do you have
This is my last year,
1 year left?
Yeah.
Okay.
so it's my fairly well.
Okay.
Cool. Okay.
Seeing there are no other nominations, so let's close it out. And Jane, let's take the vote.
Commissioner Height.
Will vote for himself.
Commissioner Lang.
Aye.
Commissioner Boone.
Aye.
Chair Poland.
Commissioner Height.
Commissioner Earl.
Aye.
Congratulations. That passes unanimously, 5-0.
Very good.
I'm not taking over till next month, though.
Oh,
You don't want to
If I
just
can.
scoot over here?
You get January off.
Jeremy.
What do you think? I don't care. Do you wanna go? Yeah,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Next is election for vice chairman. Do we have any nominations for vice chairman? Commissioner Boone.
I will nominate Michael.
And I would like to just say that the reason I would like to step down is because I think the vice chair should be willing to continue on into the chair position. And at the end of my term, I'm going to be too old and I don't want to do that. So I would like to step down.
Okay, we have a nomination for Commissioner Poland for vice chair. Do we have a second? Commissioner Height, chairperson Height.
I would second that.
We're gonna have fun this meeting. Do we have any other nominations? Let's go ahead and take the vote.
Commissioner Height.
Aye.
Commissioner Lang.
Aye.
Commissioner Boone.
Aye.
Chair Poland.
Aye.
Commissioner Earl.
Aye.
Congratulations. That passes 5-0. You are now vice chair.
Would move to approve the 2025 meeting schedule.
We have a motion to approve, and Commissioner
second it.
Boone, we have a second. Seeing no other discussion, Jane, let's take a vote.
Commissioner Height?
Aye.
Commissioner Lang?
Aye.
Commissioner Boone?
Aye.
Chair Poland?
Aye.
Commissioner Earl?
Aye.
Chair, that passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. Last, or next to last, is approval of the 2025 posting locations. Any comments, motions? Commissioner Height,
Would move to approve the 2025 posting locations.
we have a motion to approve. Do we have a second? We have a second. Seeing no other discussion, Jane, let's take a vote.
Commissioner Height?
Aye.
Commissioner Lang?
Aye.
Commissioner Boone?
Aye.
Chair Poland? Commissioner Earl? Chair, that passes 5-0.
Thank you. Next, and this one may involve a few items for discussion. Discussion approval of the 2025 bylaws. I know one item on there is Commissioner Saunders had mentioned at the last meeting that she wanted to make as part of the agenda the actual reading of the acknowledgement.
The land acknowledgement?
Yes, the land acknowledgement. She would like that to actually be an agenda item instead of just appearing at the end of the agenda. Commissioner Height?
I have other items to speak of.
Okay.
Do you want, okay. You're yielding that to me?
Let's take care of this one item at a
Okay.
time.
So my question is, Member Saunders, sorry, Commissioner Saunders' request is to have it read aloud?
Yes.
At the beginning of every,
Yes.
my only comment with that is, I wanted it rewritten. I didn't like the way it was written, because I thought it could be more expansive. That said, I'm not sure I object to the overall concept of it being read.
Commissioner Boone?
I just want to be clear, because when she brought it up, there was a little bit of discussion, and I want to say it was Grant, but I don't want to point fingers. Somebody said that it could not be put at the front of the meeting agenda because we can't fiddle with the,
Oh, no,
With
we
the
couldn't
agenda.
last month, we couldn't. This month, because this is part of the bylaws, we can now fiddle with it.
okay, that was just a clarification. Thank you.
Okay. I guess my opinions on this, and I remember when we first spoke about this, we do have it as part of our agenda at the end as a acknowledgement, and I know it is posted outside of the room here on the wall. I guess my thoughts are it's not harmful to have it. The only problem is, and I know that when I was looking into this a few years ago when we first adopted it, that the Association for Indigenous Americans, I think is what it was called, at the time was requesting that people, because it was kind of a big thing, a lot of people were putting it onto their websites and stuff. They're afraid that by people adopting just that one statement and basically not doing anything with it is actually disingenuous to what they're trying to accomplish. Because there's really no action behind it. As I said, I don't mind if it's added to the agenda. It's just, what does it do? I mean, does it make us feel better but not actually take part? Is there something we could do instead that would be more appropriate? That's my only question about that. Would like to know if anybody else has opinions. Yes, first, Commissioner Earl.
So I want to go back to what Chairperson Height brought up before about rewriting it, and just the question of, is the statement that's in the bylaws today, that's on the agenda, it looks like it's adopted by the city council. So
Correct.
So if we wanted to rewrite it, that would be something outside of our scope, is that fair?
Nope, it's within our scope, because this is our commission.
Okay. Okay. I appreciate the clarification.
Commissioner Lang.
I'm just trying to figure out how this would go. Would it be something that the chair would read at the beginning of every planning and zoning meeting?
Yes.
Verbatim.
So, for example, what may happen is may go into, let's say, item number 3A. So after communications from Planning and Development Services, we may add a new item number 4, which would be reading of the land acknowledgement, which would then be done by the chairperson.
Okay.
That's the way I envision. I mean, we can do different things, but that's the way I would envision it, and roughly where I think it would go in the meeting.
Okay.
Commissioner Height.
Back to my original comment. Am I on?
Yes.
You're live.
Back to my original comment, which was my personal rewrite of that statement. I think we came to the conclusion that that would be creating an anomaly of the city's statement on this issue would be weird, which is why I kind of cut it off to create our own version. I think would be a little awkward. In terms of where it would go, though, I think it would be up front. I think it'd be kind of first.
After
It
roll
is
call? Maybe after roll call?
Maybe after roll call, yeah. It's that kind of significant. If we're going to say something and make it meaningful, I think it comes first.
First?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, yeah. Okay.
Commissioner Boone.
Thank you.
You're on.
I'm on, okay. I guess I am on. I would agree that it needs to be, first.
Okay.
And I'm wondering if there's a way, because we only do these bylaws once a year, is there a way to approve doing that with the stipulation that if we come up with a wording that we like better sometime during the year, that we could amend it without a special?
No, but
thing?
I mean, we could amend it, and I've probably done, somebody would have to make the motion, probably be done during items from the commission, and somebody could do it, and then, because we can modify the bylaws throughout the year if we want.
Yeah, I was just gonna pull that up.
It's just easier now to do it all, to
Sure.
kind of try to get as much as possible out at this meeting, since it's an actual part of the agenda, but
Okay, thank you.
do we want to take a quick voice vote on how we feel about putting it on the agenda? And do we want to put it before or after roll call? Commissioner Height?
Well, because the bylaws say every change we have to make has to be pursuant to motion and recorded in our records, I will move that we place, or I'm sorry, that the commission read the native lands acknowledgement at each meeting of the commission at a point following roll call.
Following roll call?
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Earl?
So, point of order on that before a second or anything.
Since we have the motion, we
Sorry.
do have to go ahead, and once we get a second or not, then we can follow through with discussion on it. So I'll go ahead and I will second it. Now, Commissioner Earl.
I am not opposed to the motion in any way, shape, or form. My reading of the amendment of the bylaws is we have to have a written amendment 5 days prior to the meeting. And therefore, I'm not sure we can adopt a change tonight, which would suggest then you actually write that up into the bylaws and adopt it next month.
I defer to Jeremy, but I think these bylaws are only good for 1 year. And we adopt them again every year.
Got it.
So that's why we're able to amend them now. And I'm not on, just got a green light. Now I have it. Now I'm on. Do you need me to say that again? and then maybe we'll just defer to our council.
I'm just doing a quick look at the bylaws, what it says about amending them. Boy, it does say Commissioner Earl is,
Want me to weigh in?
So we would.
yes, please, Jeremy.
Sure.
Nine.
Good evening, Chair Poll and members of the Commission. Jeremy Terrell, Assistant City Attorney. I'm inclined to agree with new Chair Commissioner Height, the interpretation of the bylaws, because traditionally we have amended the bylaws at the first meeting of each year. I also think we have support in writing because the proposed amendment was made at the last meeting. It's not technically in writing in front of you right now, but I'm fine with the commission considering that change. Otherwise, we'd be in a kind of a chicken and the egg situation where we never could amend the bylaws for the new meeting of the year. So I think having the new meeting of the year is appropriate, but then any future amendments past the initial adoption would have to be done with notice to the commission in writing at least 5 days advance.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. If there's no other questions, Jane, let's go ahead and take a vote on that item.
Commissioner Height?
Aye.
Commissioner Lang? Commissioner Boone? Chair Poland?
Aye.
Commissioner Earl?
Aye.
Chair, that passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. And I would like to say on another quick item about that for the land acknowledgement. No, I'll save it for commission comments. I'll remember that. Commissioner Height, I believe you had a couple items you wanted to talk about.
Yeah, two other points to talk about. Well, one is a point to talk about. The second one is possibly a modification. In section 9, Roman numeral 9, proceedings of meetings, it identifies what our agendas are. Point B deals with work sessions, and I know that we have a study session set for later this month. Point of clarification is, what's the difference? Because a work session, in my experience in the past, we don't necessarily follow this agenda. And it's also indicated that work sessions are recorded. Item 8, retention of tapes and adjournment. And I don't know that our study sessions are always recorded.
I believe they have been.
When we meet in the study session room, not in here.
In here, we're meeting in here.
When we
No,
don't
no,
meet
in the past.
When we don't meet in here.
I remember we have recorded it the last time I remember, last couple times when we have been in the other room as a commission. I know it's been recorded over there in the Planning Services Development Building.
Yeah, Chair Poland, commissioners. So in the official recording that you see on the screen just started right after, I believe, right after COVID, when the city instituted a policy to have all of our meetings, if they're not live streamed like our meeting, they are recorded and posted to YouTube. In the past, we've always had a voice recording, but we didn't actually have our meetings video recorded. So you all haven't had a study session in a number of years, other than just maybe a beginning of the year meeting where we got together, but not an official study session where staff is coming to us with items that they're bringing to the commission. So I don't know the difference. I think a study session and a work session are the same thing in my mind. We've just always called them study sessions. So
Okay. If it's still on me because my light's still red. I think with that, I'm going to suggest to the recording secretary that we use the word work session when we're scheduling study sessions. Just so we don't have to switch this bylaw around,
Yeah.
we just be consistent. And then we follow this agenda, because I didn't know we were recording,
Yeah.
and I didn't know it was this formal, but if it is indeed an extension of our public responsibilities, then we have to follow that.
I, 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 I can get on board with that. 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 I can get on board
Point two, in April of this year, the city council adopted a code of ethics. That code of ethics has somewhat direct responsibility and unique applicability to the members of this commission. And I had suggested at the time that it was adopted that I wanted it kind of explicitly referenced somewhere. This is the time where I would like to say that somewhere in these bylaws, and maybe we just add it as section,
12? Or, sorry.
not necessarily 16. Maybe it becomes 16, and 16, which is how to amend, becomes 17.
Yep.
But in 16, a gentle reminder or a careful reminder, the words I said, the words I had written was that members shall conduct themselves in compliance with the Longmont Code of Ethics at section, and it's 2.18.06010. 2.18.010 of the Longmont Municipal Code. That way it's there and people can reference it directly and know what they're talking about. There are fines that are possible. There are certain procedures that have to be taken. It's rather significant and I think should be explicitly referenced so that we all know.
Okay. Jeremy, I just want to double check, there's no current place where it's specifically, I believe if I remember right, we are held to that, but where does it say we're held to it?
In the ordinance adopting the Code of Ethics, it mentions that it's identified to any quasi-judicial board. So that includes City Council, Planning and Zoning Commission, Master Board of Appeals, Board of Adjustment and Appeals, and one other one I'm forgetting. But it's in the actual ordinance, which has now been put into our Longmont Municipal Code. There's no problem with certainly adding to the bylaws. Just one point, a recommendation, possibly to Commissioner Height's motion. In the section 8 on voting, there is a section about financial and conflict of interest. Perhaps it might be a good place to also note that the ethics ordinance also applies to members of the commission and may have different requirements than what's listed here, and commission members are obligated to comply.
There is right there, yeah.
Yeah.
That would be a great place to put it. So we don't need a new section, we just add it into that following paragraph. Yeah.
So that's your motion,
Yep.
and you read it out loud. Do we have a second? I will go ahead and I will second it. Is there any discussion about it? Anybody have any questions about that? Jane, let's go. Oh, Commissioner Boone.
Okay, so we've got a few changes that we are proposing,
Correct.
and this is a draft copy that we got. So when we vote, are we voting with the draft as the draft copy plus the changes?
Yes.
Okay.
So what we're
so
doing
we
is we're
won't have
voting
to
one
vote
change.
on it again.
Exact. One change at a time.
Okay, that's all, thank you.
Okay. Jane, let's go ahead and take a vote on this motion.
Commissioner Height?
Aye.
Commissioner Lang? Aye. Commissioner Boone?
Aye.
Chair Poland?
Aye.
Commissioner Earl?
Aye.
Chair, that passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. I believe Commissioner Height, did you have one more?
No, that was it.
That was it? Okay. There were a couple things that Grant Penland had brought up for us to consider as far as items that we may want to debate about for our meetings. I'll go ahead and bring these up, if I remember them, one at a time, because they are, I believe at least the first couple that I'm going to mention are part of the bylaws. The first is where we give the public 5 minutes to speak. The question is, do we want to match city council and limit public invited to be heard to 3 minutes per individual, or keep it at 5 or 4? Does anybody have any thoughts, any comments? Commissioner Height.
If I may be so bold as to ask Grant, why did, or Jeremy, why did they switch to 3? Were they overwhelmed with public comment? And this is public comment on agenda items in front of them, or just general public invited to be heard?
Both.
both is how they handle it at council, if that answers your question. But in terms of actually switching, I don't know the history, and I don't know if they did change at one time from 5 to 3. I think it's actually been consistently 3 for quite some time.
Commissioner Height?
We do have some contested agenda items where we go late, where I think members of the public would think that 5 minutes wasn't enough for them. But it is long, and I don't know what 3 versus 5, what that does. I don't know. if other-
Exactly. Here's my thoughts. As you said, they're contested items, and currently they feel that A, they don't have enough time, and B, that we don't listen to them. We've heard that comment. I would say this, that the difference between 3 and 5 minutes, a lot of them don't go the full 5 minutes anyways, so it wouldn't save us 2 minutes per person. And even in the worst case, if everybody did speak for 5 minutes, and I think the most we've had is 25 or so signed up. I mean, it is an hour for a meeting, but given the fact that this is their one chance to express their opinions on this item, and the fact that the developers or whoever is coming in front of us kind of have carte blanche on how long they can take to present to us and then follow-up questions, I would hesitate to limit them from less than 5 minutes at this point. That's my personal opinion. Commissioner Boone.
I agree with that thought. It seems like that many of them are just getting their thoughts out in 5 minutes, and I think it's important that we listen to them. And sometimes we listen to two different projects, but more often than not, it's just one project. Unlike the city council, which is listening to many things on a council night, I would like to see it stay at 5 minutes,
Okay.
even though many of the meetings do run late, but not all of them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Would anybody like to make a motion to move it from 5 to 3? If not, we will move on to the next item. And Grant, help me with my memory for this.
Sure, absolutely. Chair, members of the commission, one of the topics that I raised was, I guess, just from a meeting format perspective, one of the things that our council does is limit, I'll say, the number of times that council members can bring up or re-bring up a topic during a meeting, just to generally control, again, the flow of the meeting. Don't know if that's something the commission would like to institute, just to help the flow. Again, my main reason for bringing it up is just to ensure that if we do have multiple items, that we can actually cover multiple items in one evening. So again, not providing specific recommendation, just floating that as a concept.
Commissioner Height.
I think it's 10 years that I've been here. Well, 9 years. I've not experienced that. And I also think the chair, to my understanding, has the opportunity to cut that off at any point in time. Can cut anybody off. You can, the chair,
Could.
you, maybe me, has the authority.
Is you.
Has the authority, I think, to run the meeting, and in that authority, stop somebody from talking further. I think.
Yeah. Yeah, and I just think it would add, trying to figure out the conditions for that. Is it the number of times? Is it the length of time? What happens when you start getting a back and forth with other people? To me, it would just be hard to set the conditions, and the city council is separate from us, and I think we do work differently. And as Commissioner Boone pointed out, we generally have one item that, or at most probably 2 items that we're going through. And I would not want to put any initial limits on that. And as Commissioner Height said, that it is the chairperson does have the option to go ahead and cut off the discussion. So I think it's covered that way. Does anybody want to follow up? No, seeing nobody else, we will not go ahead. The last item, and it's something that is not added to the bylaws, but Grant wanted to talk about the, I guess, how the minutes are read back to us or kept.
Yeah, I'd say the format of the minutes, based upon Robert's rules, essentially, you have to just cover the action items. My thought, and I guess in terms of where we would like to go, is keeping action only, not robust minutes, and mainly based upon the fact that we have a full recording, and not only audio, but video now. So if we do need to refer to those, any of the commission alternates, obviously future staff, et cetera, can actually go and review those, even at 1.5 speed if need be. And candidly, it also has to do with the amount of staff time that it takes to actually generate robust minutes. So and Jane does an excellent job, but just to save sanity and time, since again, with the technology that we have the ability to go back and actually look. So we would like to move towards that in the upcoming year. So again, not a change of the bylaws. That's just something that staff would like.
Have
to
any
move
other
towards.
commissions or city council made such a move?
So council does already. They basically keep action minutes and not robust, I'll say almost verbatim minutes. Again, same scenario. They obviously have recorded meetings and it's live streamed. So
Commissioner Height.
What does that look like? Like item 2025 1A passed 6-2.
general description of the motion. If there is something, I'll say out of the ordinary, that would probably be covered. But yeah, it really is about the motion and the action that's taken.
Okay.
So it would basically be just the minutes with any items that are voted on with the vote? The agenda, I mean.
Correct.
Makes reading them easier.
Well, I think, so here's the benefit that would come to us is that we wouldn't have to go through and nitpick. Some of them have been 100 pages, or 60 pages at least. We've had a couple of the minutes, right?
There's been, yeah, I wouldn't say 60 pages, I think 25 to 30 on some of the 6-hour meetings.
Yeah, okay. And that would make our reading of the packet a little bit more palatable. I would like to go ahead then and move forth a motion that we go ahead and that the minutes reflect the action items and votes of the agenda for the meeting. Is that a fair?
That's perfect.
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Earl. Any other comments? Commissioner Boone.
I have a comment. I'm generally in favor of that, but I'm wondering if it might be useful to at least list the public participants as part of the minutes. Because I don't think, well, I don't know.
Grant.
Sure. I guess maybe just for clarity, is your intent, Commissioner, to actually identify the speakers that did participate?
Yes, the speakers, both the speakers for the presenters and also the speakers that spoke in public comment. Not necessarily everything that they said, but this project presented by blah and blah, and this is a list of public speakers that had something to say about the project.
But not necessarily what individually they said.
Correct.
I don't think staff would have any objection to that methodology and that type of housekeeping, just to keep record.
If it had to be referred to, it just seems like that would be a useful intermediate piece to have without going back and listening to tapes or videos. But
Commissioner Earl.
So I just wanted to share my experience from Airport Advisory Board previously, which does do those abbreviated minutes. I can't remember the term we were using for them. And so what we have tended to do is, I'm comparing this to the minutes from last month. It will say this person, this address made a comment about X, period. And so you have them in there, you have the general topic, but you don't have the specifics. And even through the rest of the meeting, it would be, you know, Commissioner Boone brought up this topic, there was discussion kind of level, and then individual motions listed. And so you still have a pretty good record, and obviously the recording is there, but it isn't as detailed.
I think for the commissioners' items, and I would say this also for anything from the council representative or anything from Planning Development Services Director, that any of those where we go ahead and say that Commissioner A said this, we could also do the same thing, City Council representatives said this on items 10, 11, and 12 of the agenda. Yeah, 10, 11, and 12. We don't have to do it during the discussion of a public invited to be heard, because truthfully, there's so much back and forth that I think that would be hard to follow. Commissioner Height.
Hold on.
Click it one more time. It'll expand. There you go.
I've noted in our meeting minutes of recent, there's been a fairly excellent summary of what the review application is, that I think staff has provided, but that's more than action point. That's actually describing in some relatively interesting, intricate detail what the application is. Are we proposing to keep that? Or would that stay under this agenda, or would we just reference the agenda item? I'm sorry, this new minute agenda.
So Commissioner Height, what you're seeing there is a cut and paste from the presentation that either the applicant or staff is giving. I actually copy and paste their presentation into the notes, just so I don't have to try to regurgitate what they said during their presentation. So that is just strictly copy and paste. If you want that copy and pasted in there, I certainly could continue to do that. That doesn't, you know, like I said, doesn't take a lot of time from a PowerPoint perspective. I don't always have that from applicants, though. I don't always have that detailed information. Sometimes they're showing pictures and I just go in and bullet point what they say, kind of trying to pick up on the larger items of the project. But I think that's up to the commission if they want me to copy and paste into the minutes.
And my sense is this, that the staff report, I struggle with this too. The staff report comes with a bit of a background to it. The applicant's report definitely has spin to it, and we're now limiting what we're going to report of what the public said and what our deliberations were. I think if we're going to put on what the application included, I think we only want the staff presentation of it. I don't necessarily want to cut and paste the applicant's presentation as part of our minutes.
And again,
go ahead.
this is strictly from the presentation they give from the PowerPoint slides, which is a brief version of the actual staff report that's in your packet. So this is even different than what's in the
It is
packet.
different.
They're hitting the high-level points from their communication that's in the planning and zoning packet. So again, I can certainly copy and paste that into the minutes for the staff presentations. That's not an issue. As far as the public speaking part, I'd be more than happy, again, as Commissioner Earl said, listing their name and address, and they spoke about, or they are in favor of, or they are, spoke against the project. I don't plan on eliminating all of that detail. I think we need to give them, they took the time to come, we should put that in the record. It's more just the complete conversations that go back and forth between the commission. A lot of it is repeat. We go back and forth before we really get to the action on the item. And, so, and I did bring this up to Grant. I did read, it is in Robert's Rules of Order that, we need to be recording the action and not what was actually said in the minutes. So that's kind of where I was going with that.
And my point is, the presentation of what the application is, I don't want it to reflect any advocacy. It would just be the staff report. Kind of.
I agree.
That's what I would suggest.
And then follow with just the name of who presented for the applicant, and then the name and I guess a quick, they were for this, they were against this, for each member of the public who speaks about it. And I guess for public invited to be heard, first call and final call, just a list of the names and maybe just the topic item that they brought up. Do we look at, how to summarize that in a motion?
Had you already made a?
Yes.
Yep.
There's a motion.
There's a motion, so we'd need a amendment to the motion. Commissioner Boone.
Propose to amend the motion to add the things that we just talked about. You got
Okay.
it.
And I'm okay with the amendment. Oh,
Earl seconded it, correct?
I said
yes. Yep.
Second.
Is he okay with it too?
Yes.
Commissioner Lang.
So just looking at the minutes for the December meeting, in other words, instead of having it fairly detailed, or Michael Schuster, 9635 Schlegel, Michael's not against annexation, and then it goes on about main concerns or density, this, that, and the other, it would just be name, address, for or against kind of thing? Okay, I'm fine with that.
We can test the waters as we go along.
Yeah.
Because you typed a load here. I mean, there were so many, I wasn't at this meeting, but my goodness, there were a lot of people, public
Yes, there
invited to be
were.
heard, weren't there?
Oh, yes.
That was a late meeting.
You wrote a novel here, Jane. Nice work.
Yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and take a vote on that item.
Commissioner Height.
Aye.
Commissioner Lang.
Aye.
Commissioner Boone.
Aye.
Chair Poland.
Aye.
Commissioner Earl. Chair, that passes 5-0, and thank you very much.
Grant, I don't believe there was anything else on your list.
I can't remember if it was brought up. I feel like it's already 10 o'clock. The other thing that I at least wanted to propose or get the commission's thoughts on is start time.
Oh, yes, yep.
Again, no specific direction, but just wanted to float that. Obviously, there's pros and cons of starting earlier, starting later, but just wanted to have that dialogue, or let the commission have the dialogue.
Thank you, and I would say this, that if there were to be a motion, I would prefer that it be a unanimous motion, because there could be somebody on the commission who's sitting here who's saying, I stepped in because it begins at 7 p.m. and that's as early as I can begin. I don't want to change to 6 p.m. and then have a commissioner have to step down because they cannot make a 6 p.m. start time. That's my personal feelings on this. And it doesn't affect me. I can be here at 6 p.m., 7 p.m. The thought was, the recommendation to consider, or the thought to consider is, do we want to start at 6 p.m. And put that into, would that have to be put into the bylaws then?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So we change it. We're okay for the next meeting because we have a 5-day period that we have to notify the public about. So we'd be okay with notifying the public more than 5 days in advance. But the question is, does anybody see a need or would like us to begin at 6 so that way we don't go past midnight? Oh, at least not as often. Commissioner Lang.
I can personally, exception tonight, we had this weird meeting at work, but it wouldn't be a problem to start at 6. if we get in an hour earlier, whether it's 8 or 10, 9, 10, 11, I'd be in favor of starting 1 hour earlier, finishing 1 hour earlier.
I guess, can I open it up to the alternates that are in the audience and see if any of them have an issue with starting at 6 p.m. if we were to? You would? Okay. I think, anybody have any thoughts, any hard yes, no's, or is everybody kind of ambivalent? Commissioner Height.
My sense is, my recollection is, somehow I feel, that when we anticipate that we're going to have a complicated, long hearing, we have at least once or twice started early.
Like today.
Yeah, like today, to deal with special matters. But if there are other hearings that we expect a lot of public or a lot of confrontation, so to speak, in and amongst ourselves, dialogue, we could start early, but otherwise, I find 7 to not be unreasonable.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Earl.
I think I'd second most of what Commissioner Height just said. I don't have a strong feeling, honestly, one way or the other. But the way I read the bylaws right now is that the executive secretary, who seemed to consult with the commissioners, has the flexibility to call a different time should it be necessary for the agenda. And I don't think that's inappropriate to kind of leave that flexibility in there, but also maintain the 7 o'clock as the generic start time.
Okay. I don't think we have, anybody have any other opinions then? If not, I don't think we have to take that up as an item to change because the bylaws reflect that we can, the secretary can call and request that we begin an hour early if there is a need that is determined. I think we have covered all the items for the bylaws then. So, Grant, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're done with item number 5 then, Commission New Year Business.
I would concur.
Oh, Commissioner Earl.
Mr. Chair, I don't think we actually voted to adopt the bylaws as we discussed.
That was what's the point. We approved the changes, now we need to approve the
Yes.
The bylaws themselves, okay. Okay, so, Commissioner Height.
We'll move to approve the bylaws as amended by the 2 motions that we passed. With these other changes as well.
There were 2 that we passed, I think.
There are 2 that we passed, but did we,
And the one was for the way Jane
We did not
records,
go
which
to-
is not part of the bylaws.
right, we didn't make any other changes. So, to approve the bylaws as amended by the 2 motions.
I will go ahead and second that. Any other discussions, any other amendments to the bylaws? If not, Jane, let's go ahead and take a vote.
Commissioner Height.
Aye.
Commissioner Lang. Commissioner Boone. Chair Poland. Commissioner Earl. Chair, that passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. The next item, which I think we can do, is item number 6, which is approval of the December 18, 2024 minutes. The last ones that Jane had to write out in full. Were there, you can still, oh,
Okay, I'll move.
okay.
Move to approve the minutes of our December 18, 2024 meeting.
We have a motion to approve, and I will go ahead and make a second, since I think I was the only other person who was there for that meeting.
Yeah.
And just to remind everybody, if you are not at the meeting, you can still vote to approve the minutes. You can, of course, abstain if you feel like you would need to, but the ability is there for you to approve it. Jane, let's take a vote.
Commissioner Height.
I will note for the record that Commissioner Popkin had one small minor revision, and he otherwise was he otherwise agreed with these minutes. Based on that, I'm going to approve. I say aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Lang.
Jane has to totally redo these minutes.
Commissioner Boone.
I also had one small fix that Jane has already taken care of, so with that in mind, I will vote to approve.
Chair Poland.
Yes.
Commissioner Earl.
I will abstain since I wasn't even on the commission.
Chair, that passes 4 approvals, 1 abstention.
Thank you very much. At this point, and we would like to start the next item, which is the public hearing item for the quick trip conditional use. It will begin at 7. So let's go ahead and take a 7-minute break and come back for that. Okay, Jane, are we ready to continue? Okay, the next item on the agenda is item number 7, public hearing item. The Quick Trip Conditional Use Site Plan and Modifications Requests. Senior Planner Kristen Cote presenting.
Thank you, Chairman Pullman and Commissioners. I'm Kristen Cody, a Senior Planner in Planning and Development Services. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Conditional Use Site Plan and Modification Request for Quick Trip. It's proposed to be located at 733 Ken Pratt Boulevard. This request pertains to the development of a convenience store and fueling station and includes several site-specific considerations that I will outline this evening. The subject property spans approximately 1.844 acres, is located south of Ken Pratt Boulevard and east of South Pratt Parkway. The property, annexed in 1963 under the Southmore Edition, is zoned mixed-use corridor. In accordance with the Envision Longmont, the property is designated as mixed-use corridor. The proposal includes the construction of a 5,312 square foot convenience store with 16 fuel pumps. A conditional use site plan approval is required as the site includes a fueling station and is within 250 feet of a residential zoning district, an RMN zone. Additionally, the project seeks approval of 3 specific modification requests. So a modification to site lighting standards, building transparency, and landscaping. This slide highlights the 3 proposed modifications to the site plan under consideration. Site lighting. The applicant proposes to increase site lighting on average for the site from the maximum 2-foot candles to 2.26, and for the fueling area from the maximum 10-foot candles to 10.67. This slide discusses the layout of the convenience store and fuel bays. Accessibility will be improved with a right-in, right-out access from Ken Pratt Boulevard and a new connection to Grand Avenue. For pedestrians, the plan includes sidewalks and crosswalks throughout the site, as well as direct access to Ken Pratt Boulevard and Grand Avenue. And this is a depiction of the site plan set. There's a lot going on, I realize, on this slide, but it gives you an idea of the layout. As you can see, the fuel bays are located on the easterly portion of the property, with the convenience store kind of centrally located on the site. And I will note that the convenience store is approximately 112 feet north from Ken Pratt Boulevard right away, or south, and 84 feet north of the Grand Avenue right of way. This slide discusses a little bit about alignment with the Envision Longmont Comprehensive Land Use Plan. This project supports several goals of the Envision Longmont Comprehensive Plan, which include growth management, which is goal 1.1A. So the efficient use of existing infrastructure, mix of uses, which is goal 1.2A, adds retail and commercial opportunities within the MUC zone. Goal 1.4B, which is activity generating uses. So this provides convenient services for local residents and visitors. And goal 2.1A, multimodal connectivity, enhances accessibility for vehicles, pedestrians, and cyclists with new connections and crosswalks. I will now outline in a bit more detail the modification requests that the applicant is requesting. So this talks about the site lighting. As I previously stated, they're requesting 2.26 average foot candles for the site and 10.67 average foot candles in the fueling area, where 2 and 10 are the maximums allowed. The applicant has contended that this request is necessary for enhanced safety, visibility, and to act as a deterrence of crime. This slide discusses the transparency modification. That request is for an allowance for 40% transparency on the north facade, which faces Ken Pratt Boulevard, and 41% on the south facade, which is adjacent to Grand Avenue. The applicant asserts that this modification is necessary due to the structural needs for reinforced masonry and to provide a cohesive design and operational functionality. The third modification request you'll be considering this evening is in reference to the landscaping. The applicant is proposing to install or to plant 0 trees and 45 shrubs where 3 trees and 15 shrubs are required by code. The applicant maintains that this request is due to utility constraints, and the proposed increased shrub numbers will meet the intent of code by providing visual quality and buffering to the east. These requests are evaluated against section 15.05.080.b.7 of the Longmont Development Code. The modifications must meet the following criteria. 1, practical difficulty. Technical and site-specific constraints necessitate these adjustments. 2, safety. All buildings and fire codes are met and there are no safety hazards. And 3, minimal deviation. The proposed modifications are the least deviation necessary to afford relief while maintaining a high quality of design standards. Concerns have been expressed to the city about traffic, safety, and a perceived need for another gas station in this location. The applicant has tried to address some of these concerns in a variety of ways, a few of which include relocating the trash enclosure from the west side to the east side for better compatibility with the RMN zone district, restricting truck access onto Grand Avenue, and adding landscaping and safety features to enhance pedestrian connectivity. This site is located in a flood zone AE, which is the 100-year flood zone, and appropriate mitigation measures include raising the building elevation 2.9 feet above the base flood elevation, so that base flood elevation is 4955.10, and the proposed elevation of the structure is 4,958 approximately. So anchoring the underground fuel storage tanks, and a floodplain development permit has been approved for this site and was included as attachment 12 in your packet. And stormwater will be handled on this property with the use of rain gardens and a detention area. I will touch briefly on the transportation impact. A traffic study was submitted with this application, which indicates the site will generate 1,029 weekday trips with acceptable levels of service maintained at signalized intersections. Improvements include a right turn lane on Ken Pratt Boulevard, cross-access agreements with neighboring properties to improve traffic flow, and the build-out of Grand Avenue right-of-way to the easterly property boundary of this site. And at this point in my presentation, I will have Marie Nicholson Hunt, who is an engineer in public works, talk to you about water and sewer and streets and drainage.
Hi, Commissioners. Good evening. I'm Maria Nicholson Hutt, and I will just briefly tell you what's going on with public infrastructure here that they are proposing for their site plan. On this first sheet, we'll see the water is highlighted. There is an existing 14-inch cast iron pipe that runs where Grand Avenue should be located. This is not constructed yet, but the water main and sewer mains are existing, and they're from 1966 and 1962. They're quite old. The hydrant that is down here, they will be replacing from 1975 to updated this year. They are doing a water line lowering in this location. They are tapping off of the water line here to their property, and they are installing a butterfly valve on the main here because we don't have quite enough valves in the area, and this will help if we do have any breakages in the future that we have less people out of water. Next, we have sanitary sewer. They are installing a new manhole on the existing 12-inch VCP pipe that runs in Grand Avenue. We are having them stub out an 8-inch pipe to the south for any further development, and they are coming in from their site with a 6-inch sewer service line. For streets, They are adding a right turn lane, decel lane into the site from Karen Pratt from the north here. They are also building out Grand Avenue. This does not exist currently. They're installing 3 new curb ramps here that will be ADA compliant. They are installing the sidewalk on the north side of Grand, and they've provided plans for the south side for when that development comes in. And they have access out of their site, drive access here onto Grand Avenue to the south and to the east and west as shown in the blue boxes. The green boxes that I put in there is how they connect into existing sidewalks. This red line is a gate that will be installed on the road, and I'm going to explain that here. This is currently Grand Avenue looking west. We do not currently own half of this road on the south. This is not right of way yet. These properties were annexed into the city a long time ago, and unfortunately this right of way was not ours. So this property owner often parks cars here and things like that, and that's their prerogative. It's not right away, actually. So we are gating this to provide fire services and emergency services ability to get through there, and it is connected. And eventually, if this property to the south develops, then we can ask for the right of way at that time, and the road is already connected. And finally, we have drainage here. With their road, we're going to have 2 sets of inlets in the purple down there that will direct drainage into a rain garden, the south rain garden here, which you see in green. Rain gardens provide water quality for the, excuse me, for the water that's coming off the right-of-way. They also have a rain garden, sorry. They also have a rain garden on the north end of the property up here. And the red you see is actually a proposed underground detention that will provide water detention and releasing at historic rates. We have other storm infrastructure coming across that collects water from the southern lot that is undeveloped at this time and runs north into a storm pipe in Ken Pratt. And that's all I have.
And I will complete my presentation at this point. So this slide deals with your decision options this evening. You could obviously approve the application and modifications without conditions. You could approve the application and modification with conditions, or you could deny the application and modifications. Staff recommends conditional approval of the Quick Trip conditional use site plan application and the 3 modification requests, with the condition that recordation of the CUSP cannot occur until the Stafford subdivision replat A is approved and recorded. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Additionally, there are staff here who can address some specific questions if necessary, and the applicant is here with a presentation.
Let's move to the applicant presentation.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thanks for having us here today. My name is Brittany Sikorsky. I'm a real estate project manager for Quick Trip. Few fun facts about Quick Trip. Quick Trip was founded September 25th of 1958, so just about 65 years. This year we celebrated opening 1,000 stores employing over 26,000 people. We have 15 years on 100's best companies to work for, and we're on Forbes' top 100 privately held companies as well. Each location creates about 20 jobs 20 new jobs per location in which we look to hire in the communities in which we serve. So we'd look to hire some citizens from Longmont at this one. In the history of our company, we have never laid off a single employee. This one stands out greatly to me, especially during COVID, where a lot of people were getting laid off. We were thriving, actually, so that's great. Average store manager salary is $100,000 per year, and our entry-level assistant manager's pay starts at $55,000. Quick Trip contributes 5% of its profits to charitable organizations in the local communities in which we operate. And then Quick Trip is also a national safe place for endangered youth. Store security is our top priority. Our stores are monitored 24/7, 365. Our employees are equipped with a belt clip alarm. At the time of an emergency, they are able to push those buttons and it alert our help desk that you see here in the picture. The store will come up in big and they can notify local law enforcement and handle the situation. We also have a really great relationship with local law enforcement as we offer free refreshments to those. Safety walks every 30 minutes. So every 30 minutes, our employees are out walking the parking lot to make sure that everything is safe and we don't need to get anybody involved. We also have a well-lit parking lot to deter any criminal activity. Here's a few images of what our camera system looks like. And a few pictures of our store. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with our Firestone location, but I would assume so. Fresh donuts daily. Cleanliness is definitely our top priority, which just kind of separates us from our competitors. I hope you guys had dinner because these next few slides are fresh food. So our building is 5,300 square feet, but 3,000 of that is dedicated to fresh food. So we're essentially food is our future. Some fresh made brisket tacos here. We do breakfast and lunch tacos. Breakfast sandwiches, pretzels, pizza, fresh made subs. And that concludes my piece. I'll turn this over to Todd Hager with Galloway.
All right. Let me adjust this real quick. All right, well, good evening, Planning and Zoning Commission. My name is Todd Hager, as mentioned by Brittany. I'm with Galloway, who is the consultant with Quick Trip on this site in Longmont. Here's the proposed site as shown previously. And a forewarning, the presentation by staff was excellent, and a lot of these slides are going to duplicate a little bit of what they said, so I'm going to try to go through those if they've already been previously talked about. So yeah, the site's located at 733 Ken Pratt Boulevard. I'm sure that you guys are well aware of that site. Here's another image of the aerial. This is just kind of looking to the northeast right there with the existing structures, residential, and any other handful of accessory structures. This will be obviously demoed if this is approved, and all the correct permits will be applied for on that demolition. All right, so here is the site plan that you guys saw earlier during Kristen's presentation. I just wanted to touch on a few other things. So obviously the C-store, the convenience store is in the middle with the canopy on the right side or the east side of the property. I just wanted to highlight real quickly the crosswalks internally to the site. So there's a handful of them internally, as you can see, on all directions, as well up here on Ken Pratt, and then also identified in the staff presentation down on Grand Avenue. So the improvements obviously are including Grand Avenue, so building that out to the east side as shown. And that includes sidewalks on both the north and the south side as well. I wanted to touch real quickly on the electric vehicle charging. So on the highlighted blue areas, as you can see in the parking area, those would be either ready and or capable parking spaces. So it's not just going to be obviously a convenience store with fuel, but it will have the option for electrical vehicle charging as well. And here is just the elevations. I just wanted to show these to you real briefly. The four building elevations have a cohesive 360-degree architecture throughout. This is followed with the canopy elevations. So it shows all the north, south, east, and west. It also in the middle, down below, does show the trash enclosure as well. So here are going to be 5 or 6 slides of some perspectives. This is really to highlight the development and also the improvements on the subject site. So this is not including the 3 administrative modifications as talked about previously. I'll touch base on those as well. But all planning code requirements besides those 3 are being met and satisfied through working with the planning department and city staff through the duration of this review. And so the first is the perspective from Ken Pratt. So this is obviously looking at the front of the development with the C-store on the right and the canopy on the left. So we're looking south on this. The next one is from the east side. So we're looking on towards the west. This shows the landscape buffering with the, I'm not sure if this is the right one actually. Yeah, sorry, the reverse of what I just mentioned. And then this is the perspective from Grand Avenue. So you can see that access point that was talked about along with the built-out road. Canopy's on the right and the C-store is on the left. You can see the landscape buffer and the rain garden towards the left right there as well. I think this is a duplicate. And then this is to the southeast. So it kind of shows the parking in the C-store with the canopy in the rear. But yeah, it kind of gives you an idea of what it will look like when it is built out. I just wanted to touch a little bit on the conditional use component of this. This is why we're here this evening. So section 15.02.060 is the criteria for these conditional use applications. So the bullet points that are shown on the slide here have been met. This was achieved by working with the planning staff and the city staff throughout the project. It's also our development team and Quick Trip putting this project together for you all in the city of Longmont. So here are the modification requests. Obviously this was gone, Kristen touched on all 3 of these. So the first one is the transparency. So this one is kind of a twofold as mentioned. So the requirement is 50%. So there's the 2 requests. The first one being 10%, and that's that north facade or elevation, followed with the 9% on the south facade elevation. And this is, once again, to accommodate the structural needs and ensures cohesive design. The next one is lighting or photometric. So this is also kind of a twofold as well. First off, the average site lighting over the entire site will be 2.26 foot candles, where 2.0 foot candles are allowed, and then also the fueling area, and that's asking for 10.67, where 10 foot candles is allowed. This is to enhance the safety and visibility for all users. This includes employees and also customers, and also the young to the elderly that may visit and or work at this site. This is just a typical lighting program example, the image that you're seeing. This is not the site specific for Longmont. However, it's just an example that shows the downcasted and shielded lighting that is on the site. And then landscaping is the 3rd administrative modification. Basically, what we are proposing is 0 trees and 45 shrubs, with the required 3 trees and 15 shrubs. As mentioned, there is a utility easement, so it has a site constraint. Through that review, we just wanted to bump up the number of shrubs on that site. So that's going to be the east side that is adjacent to the existing shopping center right there next to Snarf's. And that concludes my portion of this. So yeah, we have some staff from Galloway and Quick Trip here to answer any questions. But yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Jane, did we have anybody we did not have anybody from the public sign up. This is a public hearing item. We do open up for public comment. Nobody signed up, but we do go ahead and give the chance for anybody in the audience who would like to come up and speak on this item. So I'll go ahead and open it up. Seeing nobody come forward, I'll go ahead and close public invited to be heard for this item. And we'll move now to questions, comments Motions from the commission. Commissioner Height.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hager, possibly I'll just hit you quick with some questions. I want to make sure that the tree modification that you're seeking is only for the east side? Because your photos seem to suggest there were an awful lot of trees, but not on the east side. That's what this modification's for.
Yes, Commissioner. So,
Yeah, it's
the request is for that east side buffer area, and that's the only area.
Okay. Back with me still. The lot to the west, that weird little, it looked lovely grassed in your pictures. What's it going to be?
So that's going to be a surplus lot as of now. Quick Trip, I don't know if they have an idea of what that could potentially be, but there's nothing that I am aware of that is in line for that.
Is Quick Trip going to own this lot, or are you tenants? Do you know?
Yes, Quick Trip will own this.
Okay. And so,
Correct? That. You could, sorry. Oh, it's going to be a lease, pardon me.
Yeah, no, Commissioner, sorry, I'm Ryan Harding with Quick Trip and real estate manager with Quick Trip. No, to answer your question, this is a ground lease with Tebow Properties, and that lot adjacent to us will not be part of our lease premises, and so that will be maintained ownership under the
I was going to
landlord.
congratulate you if you purchased that. That said,
I wish. I tried.
That said, Planner Cody, the subdivision conditional, I guess, approval suggestion, is that with respect to that lot? Or I was of the opinion it was the lot to the south that
The subdivision includes both the Quick Trip lot and a lot to the south of this site, which is under the same ownership.
and is,
The undeveloped lot to the west is not included in the subdivision, though.
it is not part of this.
It is not part
of
of this.
this ownership. So who owns that lot?
That is owned by the same owner, but it was not made part of this subdivision. It was at probably about a year ago, it was under review with a minor subdivision and a site plan, and that applicant withdrew that application, so nothing has been proposed on that site at this time that I'm aware of.
So that, okay. And is, well, that's interesting. Okay. But the subdivision is with respect to the lot to the south, which is
Correct.
going to be residential once upon a time. Is that before us in any way, shape, or form?
It is not. That is because it creates less than 3 lots. It's in a minor subdivision. But I do have it this evening with me if you would like to review that.
If it's not bearing on us, I don't think we need to. But I do have a question for you now that you're up there, which is, why are we running this as an administrative modification as opposed to a variance?
Well, the code allows administrative modifications up to 25% of a standard with different nuances for different sorts of development.
Right,
Infill
and-
properties. Our director has the option, if a conditional use permit is required, to forward those modification requests to the planning commission for their consideration with the conditional use site plan, and that is why you're looking at those this evening.
I have more specific questions that I might direct to the director and to council, which is, I read the code to allow a 10% deviation from certain technical standards, which these appear to be within that realm, except I don't see that you have the right to do so when it is a site plan review. And I think conditional use site plan review that we're looking at right now takes it out of the administrative realm and puts it into the variance realm. Tell me I'm wrong.
I guess the short answer is that isn't how we've interpreted it. That it would be in the purview of the commission, or in a typical case, if it wasn't moved forward as a site plan, or if the director, myself, didn't forward it to planning commission for consideration, again, it would still be eligible for that equivalent of an administrative modification.
Jeremy, 1502080. What's it say? While he's looking, I got more questions for the applicant. Hugh, I'm sorry, Mr. Hager, if you want to come back. The lighting, you're real close, but you're over. And to me, it seems it would be cheaper for you to be under. And what I read is you guys are following a code that we don't necessarily follow. What code, at least that's what I understood in reading the application. What code are you following?
Yes, so I'm going to pull up Jim Galloway here. He is the lighting designer
Okay.
for this project, and he'll be able to speak a lot more eloquently than myself.
And Longmont's equivalent, I'm going to want to ask questions to as well. I don't know if that's you, Jeremy, or Josh? Yeah. Is it
Good
you,
evening.
Josh? Are you going to be able to talk to lighting? Somebody from the city side, be prepared. Go ahead, Mr. Galloway.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity. Yeah, we followed the City of Loveland Renew Code.
Well, I thought you were following a different code that suggested that brighter lights were better for elderly.
No, City of, your code
Yep.
talks of the IE Lighting Handbook IES table.
Yep.
And within that, it's I think it's LZ3 medium with, if it's near residential, which is a 10-foot candle. But within that, the latest one they came out with, they have visual observer ages. And it's 25 to 65, which is in the code. But then they also have differing higher numbers for elderly, for people over 65. And we feel as a lighting designer, you want to design for all people. And especially elderly drivers will need more light. But we're not asking for the double, which would be 20-foot candles under that. But we're just saying this is within the 25%. It is more light. Also, the IES tables, the lighting handbook tables, are their recommended minimum for safety. And it's codified as a maximum, which you always get them that tight, so.
Well, it sounds weird to me.
It is weird.
Because as I understand our code, it's a maximum, and you're
Right.
slightly over it.
Right.
Practically, is there a particular light bulb that you guys use that's
We-
standardized that has this 10% above?
No, we try to keep what's called uniformity, which is you're not gonna have a bunch of hot spots and then real dark areas. And we are proposing the lowest watted lumen package canopy light that's made by LSI, which does 90% of the canopy lights across the country. So with uniformity, insight, and trying to keep to the 10, this is as close as we could get
And so our code is just too low? Is it kind of what you're suggesting?
I'm not gonna say that.
No, I don't need to put you in that
20
box.
foot, so this is just because it's near residential.
Okay.
Outside, your 20-foot candle average, which is fair for
I
a convenience store and a canopy, so.
Which backs me up to a bigger question, and it's not necessarily directed to you. It might be to Senior Planner Cody, which is, we're looking at this as a conditional use because it's a gas station within 250 feet of a residence? Is that what we're concerned about conditionally?
The reason that this is a conditional use site plan is because it's a fueling station within 250 feet of a residentially zoned district.
Great. And so the things that suggest to me that I need to be worried about is protecting those residences. And one of the things, Jim, that we're apparently protecting is light pollution.
Correct.
And that's why we're at 10 lumens. I don't know that it's 10 lumens, but
Well,
at
10-foot candle, yeah.
10-foot candles. And, okay, now I understand.
Yeah, and then to protect is the light spill, which we do meet all of that within. And we are we do respect the residents besides, and we have less lighting over there, and we're adding, the buffering and.
Explain that to me too. What type of actions are you taking by exceeding our standard to protect that light pollution to the neighbors?
So for the light spill, which is different than the 2.26 on, we utilize a forward throw type fixture, and then within it, we have the IL, it's these integral louvers, but basically what they are internal shields on every single LED diode.
That shoots
And-
the light down? as
No,
opposed
that
to-
blocks it. It will not, it keeps it from going from behind and you can't even see it. You could stand behind these lights and you will see no glare because each individual diode has a little hood on it. And we have back towards the residents, so only light is coming to where we need it for safety and it's not spilling over at all.
And just to be an idiot, what about the glare off of the pavement for the resident who's in an apartment, say, in the south lot, looking at that thing? Is there gonna be,
At 2.26 foot candles, there won't be.
so that's not gonna
No.
exceed the,
No, and then
Okay.
the 10 is under the canopy, which will be contained under the canopy.
okay. Can you answer the next question about the transparency issues too?
Just lighting.
Bring your buddy up who can talk to that. Thanks. You're gonna answer that one?
No, just the transparency. I may pull up Ryan with Quick Trip.
Okay.
Just to talk about the building design and kind of the reason behind that.
I got it
request.
because I read it, I think I understood it, which was that it's because of the way you're building the structure, which I am supposing is uniform, is based upon a prepackaged program that, or prepackaged facility that you guys engineer and build for most all of your facilities, which suggests to me that the problem is somewhat self-imposed. It's what you have, it's the way you design your building to have certain loads distributed in certain manners that require that you, or that limit your ability to put glass to meet our standard. Am I correct?
Ryan, would you like to tackle this one? Okay.
So, yeah, to answer your question, we do have prototypical designs that we use for, all our 1,000+ stores in the country. Obviously, they can't design those to meet every single code of every jurisdiction we're in, but we do have a certain amount of customization that we can do to every building. This one, I'm not an engineer, so I can't give you engineer calcs or anything like that, but our structural engineers have said this is basically the max they can get to for the glazing without compromising the structure of the building.
So tell me that you did try to fix it.
Yes, we did. We have far more transparency on this building than we do on a prototypical building.
I'm happy to hear that. Thank you.
You bet.
All right. I have lights, prepackaged trees. Underground storage tanks in a floodplain. Who can? Is that our fire? Oh, it is. Hi. It concerns me. Is it going to be okay to strap them in? I don't know what that means.
Good evening, Commissioners. Josh Sherman, Public Works. So with regard to the underground storage facilities, detention facilities, they will need to ensure that those are designed for buoyancy, right, so they don't float when the structure's empty and isn't weighed down, and if you get other pressures like groundwater pushing it up so that it won't float. So the structural engineer or geotechnical engineer that puts together the design for those will need to ensure that they are anchored against that buoyancy. That can look in different ways. You can think about a foundation that might have extra wide feet on it, that the soil on top of that helps hold that down in those calculations. But that is something that we've would consider and want to make sure that they take into account when they design that facility.
So it can be done
Absolutely.
and routinely done. A unique thing.
No, not unique. No, it can
No,
it can be done.
okay. And to build in a floodplain, I
Ye-
appreciate that they're taking the structure out of it, but the tanks can't.
Right, the underground facilities will, floodplain aside, floodplain or no floodplain, if there were high groundwater or other conditions that might cause any basement or other vault to be buoyant, it would need to be designed against that.
Okay. All right. Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir. Finally, the the bigger question is, for me, the substantive question for me is, why do we need another gas station in this area? Is it, there are several, there's the convenience store next door, a 7-Eleven. There are several gas stations within quarter mile, half mile. How are we maximizing the goal of having multiple uses within this MUC district?
And I think really that's a question best answered by the Quick Trip people. I can tell you, as this is not a secondary use, we don't have allowances in code that would say you couldn't, pursue this use within any footage of a similar use. So the location would be part of their study, I would assume, and I would say that Quick Trip would be best to answer that.
But let me clarify too, at the end of the day, it's not necessarily a code issue, it's a goal issue, which is a
Correct, yep, 100%.
commission-based decision review. Thanks.
It's a great question. We get it all the time, and completely understand the concern. We look at a lot of variables when determining where to place our facilities at. Traffic, demographics, densities. We also look at competition and how many other gas station C-stores are out there. One of the main things that I can tell you is we're not like all other gas stations. Yes, we do sell gas. However, we have a wide variety of product offering that you'll find that the vast majority of these other gas stations that are in the area don't. And so we do look at that, and we are providing a service that isn't there today. Gas is not our primary business. It might seem so, but our primary business is what we sell inside and what we can offer to the community. And so that's the main answer. There's a lot of analysis that goes into it on our side. This is obviously a multi-million-dollar investment that we don't take lightly. And so if we didn't see that there was a demand there that we could meet, it's not something that we would invest in. So.
Jeremy? Variance versus administrative?
Do you have more questions?
No. But I think other people do.
Do others?
I'm sure they do. I'm done.
I'll speak personally. My big thing is the variance versus modification. This is the new one for me.
I've not seen it.
I've not.
Run this way.
We're just waiting on word back from Assistant City Attorney Jeremy Terrell. Yep. Commissioner Lang.
Thank you, Chair Pullen. Just to kind of expand on Commissioner Height's question regarding the lighting in the area. The variance or the conditional use is because of, I think you said 250 feet to the nearest residence, is that correct?
With a fueling station, that is correct, Commissioner Lang.
So I'm looking at like an aerial view of that neighborhood, and so are you looking at the property kind of at the corner of Grand and Terry? Would that be their closest?
Correct. It would be at the southwest corner of Grand and Terry, and that's the RMN zone subdivision.
So that's like right at the edge of, I mean,
Yep, correct.
This whole thing is gonna be multifamily residential.
oh. Okay. And then in terms of the lighting, do you know what, I know, that, you know, there's brightness, there's foot candles, but there's also like color. Do we know what kind of coloring we're looking at for the lighting? Where on the spectrum that sits?
We do, and I think a quick trip representative can address that.
Yeah, we're proposing 4,000 Kelvin, so not the typical 5,000 bright lights you see. This is the 4,000, which is similar to the super metal halide that we knew of the past. So that less of a white and more of a blue calming color.
Okay.
So.
And back to your previous comment about making it better for older eyes, is that something you guys took into consideration when looking at that color, selecting that color?
Yeah, also.
Along with the foot candles?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, and then there's also, well, I got you up there, there's also kind of an overhead shot. Are you guys, and from your earlier comments, it sounds like you're trying to minimize light pollution as much as possible, not only horizontally, but vertically
Right.
up into the sky kind of thing as well, right?
Yeah, and that was just a typical QT. That doesn't, I could do one of those for this site. I wish I would have done it for tonight, but your code also has spill requirements that we have met. We're not asking for anything on that. So it has been designed, the building lights have been, the lumen packages were reduced on that. As you looked in that one overhead, you saw that big light in the back. That's typically, those have been, I think, we took them from 6,000 lumen to 3,000 lumen, and from 5,000 Kelvin to 4,000 Kelvin.
Okay.
To help to reduce the spill and the glare problem.
Spittle, that's
Yeah.
a good word. And are all LEDs too?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, cool, thank you. And also to jump on the transparency, conditional use, on the elevation shots, that I think it was Todd showed earlier, were those, I can see where the windows are from the, looking from the north to the south, but then on the other, 3 sides, are they windows, or are they like, it's kind of hard for me to tell. Yeah, thanks, Jerry. Like those grayish areas, is that like what's going on there? Are those like shades on those things, or what? You know what I'm talking about? Just kind of like this. Exactly. Let me change this real quick. So, yes. So like the big sign that says Quick Trip, directly underneath that grayish area, are those windows? I'm assuming they are.
Yeah, for that top. I had it on, then I turned it off. For that specific, on the top left,
Yeah.
right below
Yep,
it.
yep.
Yeah, those are windows in the front. Correct, Brittany? They're all windows in the
They're all
front
windows.
elevation, yes.
So the ones that are more transparent, those just don't have blinds, and the grayish color ones are more like covered with blinds. Is that the deal? I just want to make sure which is,
Yeah, no, they're all windows. The ones where you can actually see through, those are just the front doors. So that's why
Okay.
it just shows more.
okay.
But yeah, they're all windows.
So anything, including the front doors and the gray, that all goes towards the transparency calculation,
Correct.
basically?
Yeah.
Okay. Ah, okay, nice. Okay, gotcha. Just the south facing and north facing is, thank you, Commissioner Height. Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Earl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I've got a few questions here. I want to start with the electric vehicle charging. It's noted in there that there's one space, and I think it was 6 capable, or 5 or 6 capable difference between capable, pre-wired? What does that look like? And, is the applicant making any, desire to have those wired?
I can address that they do meet the code requirements as far as what Longmont requires for EV ready, EV installed, EV capable. We do have definitions in code in reference to what each of those different provisions are. Were you in particular in questioning about the capable?
I think the capable, and just, at what point would the applicant then decide that it's worth actually installing it, in their mind, particularly since they've stated that, gas is not the primary motivator on the site. And so, is that something they'd be open to doing, whether it's a condition or not?
Sure, and I think that portion of your question could be best addressed by the Quick Trip folks, and I will find you that definition regarding EV
Thank you.
capable. You're welcome.
There we go. So to answer your questions, we're constantly have our finger on the pulse of the electric vehicle market. We're obviously a for-profit business. The profitability of electric vehicle charging is questionable at the moment, and so we do like to provide the electric ready spots, so it's easy for us to go into there as soon as that makes a little more financial sense. Or if there becomes a more of a demand, we do find we do have some stations that have electric vehicle charging at them now. They honestly don't get utilized a lot. So as that utilization grows, we have the ability to go put those in. So hopefully that answers your question a little bit, but as it makes more financial sense and demand increases, that's when we will have a desire to go ahead and increase the amount of those.
Got it. Thanks.
And Commissioner Earl, EV capable is defined by Longmont Development Code as a designated vehicle parking space that has the electric panel capacity and conduit and/or raceway installed to support future implementation of electric vehicle charging.
Got it. So if not pre-wired, easily adaptable to
Yes.
that. Okay. Other question then is, it's traffic related, but also to the 250 feet from residential. In reading through the comments that you received from the public, I didn't see anyone really objecting to the proximity other than the traffic. Is that a fair characterization of what I read through, or did I miss something?
No, I would say that's a fair characterization of
Okay.
what was submitted and what was received.
And then the traffic study then referenced, and I'm looking at it, it effectively 5, in AM peak hour, PM peak hour that they expect to go down Pratt Parkway. And the concerns from the public were about traffic going down Pratt Parkway and into that neighborhood. Is there a reason that the traffic study, either doesn't show that at all or doesn't anticipate it? I'm just trying to square, because there is a concern from the residents that that may happen, but the numbers we see in the study indicate that's really not likely.
Our traffic engineer, Caroline Michael, is here this evening. I think she would be best suited to address that question.
Go ahead.
I'm the traffic engineer of record on the study. I'm happy to address that, or if you'd prefer, city staff.
I'm happy to have both of you address it.
And can you please state your name for the record?
Brian Horan with Callaway. So one thing to consider in the process of creating the traffic study is that this is coordinated with the city. So hopefully you'll hear the same response from both of us. We start this coordination very early on in the process and go through several reviews to make sure that we are aligned on the assumptions of this study. Ken Pratt Boulevard, as you're aware, pretty busy arterial. One thing to remember about convenience store and gas station uses is they are primarily a pass-by use. So this traffic is already on the road. You stop there on your way home. You stop there on your way to work. There's very few primary trips that go to a gas station. So when reviewing the existing traffic volumes, sort of the densities in the area, the most sense in our mind is that the majority of traffic is going to be pulled from Ken Pratt. Pratt Parkway is also an arterial, so there'll be some traffic that gets pulled from that as well. That will likely be like neighborhood traffic. It'll be more sort of local in distribution, whereas Ken Pratt will be more regional. We also are trying to provide a conservative estimate so that when we address things like the turn lane improvements and things like that, that we're sort of evaluating a worst case scenario. And so I think that some of that is the assumptions that went into those distributions.
Can I ask you one question then before
You
the
can ask
city
as many as
staff?
you'd like.
I'm looking at figure 5.3, but I think it could be almost any of these figures. The way I'm reading this, and admittedly I'm not an engineer of any sort, so correct me please if I'm wrong, that it seems to envision the full build out of Grand Avenue, because you have traffic turning from Main Street onto Grand Avenue to access the site. And what I understood from the applicant and staff presentation is that that's not the case, and there'll actually be a gate preventing that. So the traffic flow will not be what's reflected in the study.
So if you're looking at figure 5.3.
In intersection 4.
So yes, perfect. So intersection 4, so the figure 5.3 is site trips. So it's primary trips to and from the site. If you look at the numbers on 4, it's showing zeros coming from Grand Avenue. So it's representing no trips to Grand Avenue.
All right, so then maybe I'm looking at this wrong, but I see turning from Main Street to Grand Avenue is 23 and 20.
On which
And
figure
then,
number?
Intersection 4, figure 5.3.
Oof.
And they're more than likely why that was included was when this project was first presented. It was the direction of staff that Grand Avenue should be built out to Main Street simply because roadways without connections are not best practice. As we delved farther into the process, we found the information in reference to the Grand Avenue right-of-way going east that Marie stated earlier, making it not possible with this project.
Okay. I mean, they're not significant volumes. It just, there's more traffic assumed for the site trips to be using Grand Avenue than accessing it through Pratt Parkway. And, the way I'm reading this, at least, is it's people coming generally south on Main Street or west on Ken Pratt using Main and then Grand to get there. Therefore, that traffic will come on Pratt Parkway instead. And so I'm just trying to kind of square that with some of the neighborhood concerns.
Well, he's saying figure 5.3, intersection 4. He might have an old version of the traffic study when this was still open. But if you're looking at year 2045, it's just site trips. So that we're on the same page.
Yeah.
So figure 5.3, intersection 4. It's the far right, like bottom right intersection on the page.
Yes.
Okay. So as I mentioned, the traffic study went through several iterations. At one point, we were going to connect through Grand Ave.
Yeah.
I wonder if you might not be looking at the most recent version of the traffic study. So the most recent submission has no volumes through that intersection.
I'm looking at attachment 10, and I'm on PDF page 32, so maybe it's a different part of that study, in which case I can find that as well while we're talking.
So the attachment that you're looking at is the first submission of the traffic study. There were several revisions since that submission, and in the most recent submission, we are representing the closing Grand Ave. So that was something that happened during the process of review with the city.
So do we have that traffic study, or?
I could pull that out of our Acela program
Okay.
if you give me a moment.
Then I guess that maybe my question really is then,
Sure.
Is the impact of Pratt Parkway dramatically different than what's in the original study? Because that's the concern I'm getting at from the neighborhood.
The impact is minimal. The majority of the impact is to Ken Pratt. Again, because most of this is pass by, we look more closely at our site access because the full brunt will. So our improvements are that right turn lane to accommodate it. The relative impact to Pratt Parkway and all of the intersections is minimal, and no additional improvements were identified to support the development.
Thank you.
Yep.
Just real quickly as a follow-up to make sure I understand. So this is assuming, the latest one you've done is assuming that Grant Avenue Boulevard, whatever that is closed off.
To the
gated,
east.
Is gated off,
To the east.
to the east.
Yes.
Okay. What happens, and I guess the question is to the city, what happens when the city recovers the right of way and that gets opened up? How are we to treat a potential future impact for that? Is that, I mean,
Certainly, what you're asking is if and when Grand Avenue is built out to its full extent to Main Street, how
Yep.
do we handle those impacts? I mean, I would say, frankly, we would have to look at those as they come. That portion of road won't be built out unless the property to the
The right of
east
way.
and south
Yeah.
is under development. And in the course of that project, there would obviously be a need for a traffic study where we'd have to evaluate those numbers and, make any requirements that would be necessary in reference to that. So I don't think we can plan for that unknown at this point, but it would be something part of that project.
Good evening, Commissioners. The one thing I wanted to point out was that when you look at the extension of Grand Avenue, if and when, like Kristen said, in the future, Grand Avenue has a restricted movement onto Main Street, which means it's right in, right out only. So it's not a full movement. So when you really look at traffic patterns and how those might get onto Grand Avenue, right, you're going to have to be going southbound on 287 and take a right to get onto Grand Avenue. Right, you cannot be going northbound on 287 and make a left onto Grand Avenue from Highway 287. So when I hear, this type of use and the type of traffic study, when they look at pass-through traffic, you would have had to pass Quick Trip on 119, pass it, and then have to circle back to it if you were going to use Grand Avenue in the future. So one thing to consider about Grand Avenue is that it will not be a full movement at Highway 287.
okay. Thank you. Commissioner Boone.
Thank you, Chair Poland. First of all, I'd like to say that just the company, thank you. The company seems to be a good company. The presentation that was given with its goals to give part back to charity and to employ local people, all of that is good. That being said, this is a site that is directly north of residential. And the applicant knew that coming in and knew that there were special rules, city rules that apply to such sites. To paraphrase another commissioner who's not here tonight, I really don't think this is the best use of this site. And it seems as though most of the comments that we got from the public, although it amazes me that nobody's here tonight, but we got a lot of public comment through emails, was that why do we need another convenience store / gas station on this particular site? Now, I understand that the code cannot restrict that because it does fit within the zoning and the use choices of the site. But if you go back to the goals of the city, goals 1.2A and 1.4B, having to do with overall mixes of uses, I don't think it flies. That's one thing. Another thing is the transparency And you've made some statements that the transparency can't be changed because of the structural integrity of the lateral support systems. Well, others tonight have said that they're not engineers. I happen to be a structural engineer, and I don't buy it. You could put more glass in those two long faces and still have the building be stable. With respect to the lighting adjustment, again, you are up against residential, and you knew this going into it. And Longmont has a strict light pollution rule, and I think once we start deviating from that, especially right next to residential, that, you know, we're opening a can of worms. I've seen what light pollution can do to residences. My personal residence suffers from it. So I've got an issue with that. It's a rule that we should hold fast. I had no issue with the trees versus the shrubs. But I guess my main issue with this project is that it's just not the best use of this site. And as such, I will not be supporting it. Even though I think the company and the business seems to be a really good one. I just don't think it's the right use for this site. Thank you.
Jeremy, Grant, do we have an answer to our question, modification versus variance?
Give me like 10 more seconds.
Okay. I'll just go ahead because I'm actually really waiting for this because it really does play to how my thought process is, whether it's a modification versus variance. Overall, and you know what, I'm agnostic as to whether, you know, the gas station, whether whatever other conditional or even non-conditional things could be put in the place of that. I am in the opinion that they have done their their study for marketing. They feel that they can put a gas station there, that this area can support additional traffic to gas stations, and that they can make a profit doing it. So for me, the fact that it's a gas station, while maybe not the ideal or the best, I think it's appropriate and it fits the code. So for given that, I like what's going in there. I like what they've done. I'm just really looking forward to a definition of why variance versus modification, because it's a big change with how things are handled.
Yes.
Jeremy, Grant, take it away.
I'll happily take it away, and thank you, Commission, for your patience when we looked into that distinction. Admittedly, our code is not as clear as I would prefer about the difference between an administrative modification and a variance, but having reviewed our code, we are confident these modification requests do fall under administrative modification versus a variance, and that it can be considered with the conditional use site plan. Concerning that first part, so can this be considered with a conditional use site plan? Looking at the review criteria for site plans, which is under 1502. 1502-060C, which is the review criteria for site plans. Site plan review notes, that's conditional uses, minor development applications. 1502-070C is the review criteria for site plans, which note that under subsection 4B, applications for a site plan may be processed concurrently with other applications, including conditional uses, limited uses, or administrative modifications. So I do feel that the Commission can consider administrative modifications in its review of the conditional use site plan based on that criteria, notwithstanding the language in the administrative modification section. Looking at the administrative modification section that Commissioner Height pointed out, it does note the director may grant administrative modifications from specified development standards or other application to approve site plans or other applications not subject to site plan review. It's a little confusing because site plans traditionally do go to the director for approval. So in theory and in practice, the director could approve a site plan and then immediately approve administrative modification in the same breath. So not the most clear answer in that section. I would say that, when a site plan is going to planning and zoning commission, so when it's not being approved by the director, I think any administrative modification would have to be approved by the commission at that point, is how I'm interpreting that section. I'm interpreting administrative modification A, that admin mods to site plans that have not already been approved or can't be approved by the director have to go to PZ in conjunction with that site plan. That's how I'm reading A. Concerning the difference between an administrative modification and a variance, anything exceeding 25% by numerical standards would be a variance, because administrative modification are limited to 25%, excluding some criteria. But then specifically for these modifications here, in our code, it addresses that deviations from outdoor lighting requirements will be an administrative modification, that deviations from landscaping requirements be an administrative modification, and that transparency standards will also be an administrative modification. So in the specific standard sections of our code for lighting, transparency, and landscaping, it says that requests to modify those will be administrative modifications. So I think that's how we get the difference between a variance and administrative modification. Happy to answer follow-up questions, though.
That makes sense.
Well, I thought what you were saying. Where in the code does it say that administratively lights, camera, action, lights, flora, and transparency are
We do a lot of
administrative?
scrolling here, Commissioner Height. Give me
Well,
one
you
second.
had the notes.
So under 1505.110, which is our residential. Oh,
05110.
sorry, wrong section for that one. Don't ignore that one.
200?
No, I'm not talking. 1 second.
08?
No.
All right. That's not good.
All right, so we'll start with landscaping. So 1505.040 is our landscape and common area standards. And I gotta scroll down to the next subsection. 1 second.
Oh, good Lord.
Yeah.
M.
Catching up to you.
Strict compliance with American. Yeah, it's M.
Yes, M. Thank you, Commissioner Height.
Is that Michigan law degree?
Yeah. Next one was lighting standards.
So it's
Outdoor lighting standards is 1505.140, and modifications is under E in that section. But in general, the way it's been applied and interpreted for the administrative modification is when there's a numerical standard associated with it, and the standard seeks a deviation of 25% or less, then it's an admin mod. If it exceeds 25%, then it has to go to variance because it can't be processed as an administrative modification, with the exception of infill and redevelopment, which I think can go up to 30%.
so in 2022 or 3, this same site came before us, the drive-through restaurant that didn't meet the transparency requirements processed as a variance that we denied. Approved, I think the denial was upheld by city council. I'm concerned. And I don't recall that it was a 25% deviation. Does anybody?
That's what I was thinking, the exact same thing.
More than 20%.
It was.
Yeah, and we denied it.
We did deny it, I know that.
But they qualified it as a hearing.
Oh.
Bring in the guns.
Hi.
Good evening. How is everybody? Don Burchett, planning manager. You're going to see me later tonight, but I guess we need to relive some history, so I get to come up. I think the important thing for the commission to understand is that after I believe it was the Starbucks that was on this property previously that needed a variance for the I'm sorry. Yeah, the transparency. There you go. It's getting late. It's past my bedtime. Getting old. I got a lot of gray hair anymore. But when that was denied, it was appealed up to city council. When city council reviewed it at their hearing, they wanted to grant the variance. But because of the way the appeal is set up in our development code, they basically had to make a determination whether or not the commission erred in your decision, which you did not. You followed the review criteria that was in place. We held the hearing appropriately. We did the proper notice. We met the rules. Council had no way to overturn it. So they then asked us after that, they said, why did this come up to us? Why couldn't this have been handled administratively? And we said, because it was a conditional use. And under the way the previous code was written, we could not do an administrative modification. It had to be a variance, and it had to go to Planning Commission only. There was no option. The City Council, they're the elected body, they voted and they directed staff to bring back a change that would allow the director to grant an administrative modification for even conditional use site plans if the director wanted to make the decision based on his review of the application. So you're here tonight based on, and Grant can speak to the decision of why it was brought up, but it is here tonight as an admin mod, which wasn't an option previously on the same site for the same request, because the rules have changed since. So that's why it's being looked at this way tonight versus a variance previously, because this was not an option under the old code. Hopefully that answers everybody's questions. And if not, I'll stay up here.
I appreciate that because, yeah, I was wondering the exact same reason.
Yeah.
Ordinance 0202-310.
I'd have been showing off if I'd have said that, so I didn't want to do that.
You did have that at the tip of your tongue.
It was right there. Yeah, trust me.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Do we have any more comments, questions? How people are feeling? Anybody want to make a motion? Commissioner Height.
I think I echo Commissioner Boone's sentiment, but I don't come to the conclusion that it's not appropriate, that it's not, I forget your exact words, best use. I don't think we get to make a determination of what is best use. We do get to make a determination of whether or not the goals of the comp plan, Envision Longmont, are being met. And there are a lot of projects that come before us that, though you might think it's not the best use, in this particular situation where I just counted 4 different gas stations within a 2-block radius of this, I don't think we need another gas station. We have a convenience store right next door. Most gas stations do have convenience stores associated with them. I do appreciate that this applicant jumped through many hoops to try to make this project work, but I don't think Ken Pratt Boulevard needs a gas station in this location. I don't believe that it meets with the mix of uses that the comp plan encourages us to approve. And so therefore, I'm not going to be able to approve this project either.
Do we have any other comments? Anybody want to make a motion? Commissioner Earl.
I wanted to see it. It looked like you, city staff may have found follow-up on the traffic study, so just wanted to come back to that really quickly.
We did, and Caroline can address that.
Thank you.
So Commissioner Earl, I was able to confirm that the attachment 10 in the P&Z packet was a prior version of the traffic impact study dated April 21st, 2023, and that there were revisions completed on that, and that the version dated, let's see. March 19th, 2024, did not have any trip assignments at Main Street and Grand Avenue, with the understanding that that connection was not going to be made.
So then, I mean, the point of the question, I appreciate that, thank you. The point of the question is then, does that shift to Pratt Parkway or otherwise in the neighborhood, you know, particularly for site trips, not pass-by trips, which are already using the area? So is it increasing a burden on that neighborhood, either Pratt Parkway or Terry, in the revised study?
So also another thing that came up. So in the current version of Envision Longmont, South Pratt Parkway is considered a collector roadway south of Ken Pratt Boulevard and a minor arterial north of Ken Pratt Boulevard. I mean, the reality is that there will be slightly more trips, and that there will be some people who do know that South Pratt Parkway is an avenue to get to the site. If you go northbound South Pratt Parkway and make a right-hand turn onto Grand Avenue, that you can access it from the back. Overall, I think it's a fair assumption in a traffic impact study to assume that the bulk of volume is still going to be coming from Ken Pratt Boulevard in this case.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, then I would, you know, if we're just kind of gathering some feedback here, and you know, I understand the concerns that the commissioners are raising about, I'd say, highest and best use, or I know several of you use different words, so I don't mean to put that in your mouths. I do think it meets the qualifications personally, so I would be in favor of that option 2 with approving the conditional use site plan and the modifications request with the conditions that the city has recommended regarding, I believe, is the preliminary plat that needs to be done, correct?
That's correct, Commissioner Earl.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Once again, anybody want to put forward a motion? Give me a second here. I would like to go ahead and make a motion. And let's see. Let me get back down here to. Come on. Where is it? Approved PZR 2025-1B of the Quick Trip Conditional Use Site Plan application 3 modification requests with the condition that recordation of the CUSP cannot occur until the Stafford subdivision replat A is approved and recorded. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second. We have a motion on board. Any further comments? If not, let's take a vote.
Sorry. Commissioner Height?
Nay.
Commissioner Lang?
Nay.
Commissioner Boone?
Nay.
Chair Poland?
Yes.
Commissioner Earl?
Yes.
Chair, that fails 3 dissensions, 2 approvals.
Thank you. Commissioner Height.
Move to approve PCR 2025-1C. Under section 1, there's subsections 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, 1.5, 1.51. I would add in the basis of the denial being that the project does not represent an adequate diversity of uses within the MUC district in which it's being located.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Commissioner Boone?
I'll second that.
We have a motion. We have a second. Jane, let's take a vote.
Commissioner Height? Commissioner Lang? Commissioner Boone?
Aye.
Chair Poland?
No.
Commissioner Earl?
No.
Chair, that passes 3 approvals, 2 dissensions.
Okay, thank you very much. This item now enters a 7-day appeal period. During this time, any aggrieved party may appeal the commission's decision by submitting a written appeal letter stating why the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision should be amended or reversed by City Council. All appeals must be in writing and must be received in the city clerk's office and the planning office within the 7-day appeal period. The appeal period begins Thursday, January 16th at 8 a.m. It ends Wednesday, January 22nd at 5 p.m. Thank you to staff. Thank you for the applicant for your presentation. We are done with the public hearing item. Let's go ahead before we move into other business with commission training, and let's take a 5-minute break.
It's been a while since we've denied one.
So before, and this is what I was looking at.
Mike, if you don't mind.
myself. Let's resume. We'll go to item number 8, other business, commission training with Planning Director Don Burchett.
Planning manager.
Planning Manager Don
Yeah, he's the
Burchett.
director. I'm just the manager. So, yeah. You're stealing my thunder already. That was on my list to cover. So, all right. For those of you that don't know me, again, I will just introduce myself. So I'm Don Burchett. I'm the planning manager. I've worked here at the city for 2 stints, totaling almost 26 years. So I've seen a lot of development here in the city of Longmont, seen a lot of growth. Started back in the late 90s, and I'm fortunate enough to still be here. Love working here. It's a great community. I wouldn't make a 45-minute drive every day if I didn't like it. And you guys have a great community that you live in. And that's our goal, is to make it stay that way, to be a place where everybody loves to be, to visit, to live, and to work and to play. So, we take that seriously when we're doing our job. So just want to say thank you. The work group that I oversee are most of the folks that you're going to see presenting to you here at Planning Commission. So I have 6 staff that directly report to me, from principal planners down to planning technicians. We also have a senior environmental sustainability planner that will be here to answer questions other than tonight, because I think he had another appointment. But to talk about, for example, things related to EV charging, the sustainability side of things, also the environmental side, whether that be prairie dogs or other questions related to environment that may come up during development review that comes before the commission. So tonight, what I want to do is I want to kind of give you a broad overview of some things that we deal with here within the city, but that you will touch and probably have questions on, or be questioned by citizens who show up to the meeting and may ask questions about things. And so I want to kind of go through a few topics here. The first thing I want to do is just talk a little bit about our history of growth here in Longmont with the pattern of development that's occurred. I want to talk briefly about the intergovernmental agreements that we have with not only other governmental municipalities and with the counties, but also with the school district. Talk a little bit about our future growth. Envision Longmont, the comprehensive plan for the city, the guide for development. Talk a little bit about the land development code and what its job is related, and how it spells out a number of things that you talked about and saw talked about tonight, whether those be rules and regulations, whether that be process, whether that be notice. There's a lot in that document that you will be seeing firsthand with projects that come to you. The other items then that I want to go over fairly quickly, even though there's a lot of slides on them, is the development review process of what happens to development before it gets to you. And then finally, I want to talk to you a little bit about you as a decision maker, where you fit into the decision-making process, and talk a little bit about the application types that you guys will be looking at and making decisions on. And, this presentation, obviously, if you have a question, if you want to raise your hand or yell at me, whatever, if you want to get a little bit more in depth on that, we can do that. If it's something that maybe we want to have as a separate, more in-depth discussion at another time, we can also do that. But again, if I'm talking about something and you go, "Hey Don, what the heck is that acronym you just threw out?" That's okay. I use them all the time, so I'll try to be cognizant of that. But occasionally I will use those, and you may not know what they are. So don't be afraid to raise your hand and just ask me what that means. Okay. All right. So first, let's look at the historic growth pattern of Longmont, and I'm going to be showing you a few slides here in a second here that show the city of Longmont. And the first thing that I want to do is talk a little bit about the founding of Longmont. So Longmont itself was a colony that was basically given land rights by the U.S. government, allowed us to basically have the original square mile of the city, and that document allowed for the folks who were members of the colony that could buy shares and come out to Colorado and establish the city of Longmont. And we were, basically and we are the first planned city in Colorado. So that document actually set us up to be really in Boulder County, not in Colorado, but it was a document that was very important, and we have the original plat map in our documents through Boulder County. So it's pretty interesting when you see the handwritten notes, the hand-drawn maps. It talks about certain things like with uses and things like that, even on some things. It's a really pretty cool document, but it's part of our history, right? This was a bunch of people that had a vision for a new life, decided to come out west and establish this community, and they're the ones who got it started. Let's see. So up on the screen right now, and you'll see this red box is going to carry over as we get into the next few maps, but the original square mile then started on the north end. We have, at the top of the screen, we have 9th Avenue. At the bottom, we have 1st Avenue, Martin on the east side, and then Bowen on the west. And it included 3 parks, Collier Park, Thompson Park, and what they called Lake Park at the time. It originally had a lake on it. And ultimately that became Roosevelt Park, where the senior center is, and the memorial building. So we fast forward now to 1871, and you can see that original square mile. You can kind of see the road network that exists today, and so you're going to kind of see how the growth and build out actually occurred here as I fast forward through a couple of these slides for you. So we start first going through, obviously, the early 1900s, and we're doing some additions, slowly growing up and through the 20s. Obviously, when we hit to 1929, I think we all kind of remember our history with the Great Depression. Wall Street crashes. We then go into an era with the Dust Bowl days and a lot of upheaval here in the United States. A lot of people moving around, and there was not much really growth and development in Longmont. Then as we get into World War II in the 40s and then get out of World War II, we start to then see some of the development that occurs in the 1940s. So a little bit of development when compared probably to the current city limits, but for that time was actually a pretty good increase in population. Then we get into the 50s, we start seeing more growth up to the north. Just to give everybody some bearings here, I probably should have done that. We have Highway 66 up here at the top of the screen. We have Main Street 287 coming right down through the middle of the town here. We have Ken Pratt Highway 119 coming down and heading towards Boulder in the diagonal. We also have Lake McIntosh and Union Reservoir. Go ahead, Jed.
Didn't 66, wasn't that 17th at one point, Hygiene Road? Didn't come down, and then moved it north?
So that I haven't been here that long. So, so I'm not positive. That very well could have been, but these roads that I'm pointing out today are for today's, just to understand relationally where we're at. Sorry. So then, obviously, the 60s, we really start to see a really big boom with additional lands added to the city of Longmont. 70s, we start filling in again. 80s, we bring in Vance Brand Airport. We bring in McLean Western out on the east side of the town. We also bring in the Hewlett-Packard annexation, which for those of you that have lived in Colorado, you may not have known they originally were going to do another campus here. They had their campus in Greeley. They had their campus in Fort Collins. They planned to have one here in Longmont. They never moved forward with that. The campuses up in Fort Collins and Greeley were the ones that they moved forward on. And that ultimately opened up for development then for the residential that's up there, Wolf Creek, and some of the, I think it's mostly Wolf Creek development up in that area. And Fox Creek, there you go. So that was in the 80s. In the 90s, we really start to, you can see the line there for Highway 66. We're south of Highway 66 on the north. We really start focusing on development down in the southwest portion of town. Boulder has, at that point, implemented most of their growth restrictions. So anybody that really wanted to move into Boulder County was really going to start looking probably at Longmont. We were the next largest city. Started to make sense, and we really saw a lot of growth pressures in the 90s when I started with the development on the west side of town. Then as we get into the 2000s, we start again filling in more and more of the area. Obviously, we've brought in some areas out to the east around Union Reservoir. Those are open space properties that the city has bought. I'll talk about that here in a little bit when we get into the IGAs and some of the other aspects of development. But again, you can kind of see that we start slowly filling in our box. Today, for the most part, this isn't quite today. There's a couple small areas that are not represented here, but I'm not GIS savvy enough to print a new map, so I use this one. I know of 2 properties for sure that are annexed right now that are not colored in red, one of which is the property on Airport Road. That was the Westview annexation that you made a recommendation on. Jack Bestall was looking at doing some single-family homes next to the existing Somerset Meadows development. And then we also have the Modern West annexation that you guys looked at a few years ago, which is this parcel right next to the Anderson storage property. All right. Well, as you can imagine, with that kind of growth, not only here in Longmont, but in other communities, you know, there's impacts not only to the city of Longmont, but also to our neighbors, to other groups that we work with, the school district, fire districts, sanitation districts, water districts, our own water, our own sewer, our own electric. So one of the things that became evident was that we needed to think about how our growth was impacting others, as well as how others could impact us in our plans for how we wanted our community to grow. So one way to try to achieve and to look out for the best interest of the city of Longmont was to enter into intergovernmental agreements with other municipalities and other organizations so that we understood what our limitations were, and we also had an agreement as to what their limitations were. So I'm going to talk about those briefly. Up on the screen right now, this is who we have IGAs with. We have IGAs with Boulder County, we have it with Weld County, we have it with the St. Vrain Valley School District. We also have it with other local municipalities that are, as you're going to see in a few minutes, their planning areas come up and abut next to Longmont, which would include the Meade, Firestone, and Frederick. Okay. So the main thing to keep in mind is that when we do an IGA and the agreement itself, it's meant to cover some kind of a joint concern between the city of Longmont and that organization or that group that we're making this agreement with. And it's generally a contract, but it's best to think about it as in an agreement fashion, right? We're agreeing that we will only do X and you will reciprocate in some way to give some benefit to the city of Longmont for our agreeing not to maybe annex out into your area or vice versa. But the areas that we cover right now in our IGAs generally are growth areas, which is something that we'll talk about here in a minute with Boulder County. We also talk about areas where we can annex our 3-mile plan that we have to have for some of our annexations that we do. We look at utilities and infrastructures. We have agreements with some of the utility providers outside of the city. We, for example, have interconnections for water so that if either ourselves or another water district were to have problems, we can open up a valve and be able to help each other in times of need or crisis. But those are all agreements. We also have coordination with transportation as well as coordination with the school district, which is one that you will hear through development for residential about How's this impacting the schools? We'll talk about that in just a second, okay? So this is a little hard to see, but we are a part of the Boulder County Super IGA. The Boulder County Super IGA basically was originally an agreement with all the communities within the city of in the county of Boulder that included Longmont, that basically established a planning area. So that area that you kept seeing all that red slowly filling in, we have worked with them to establish what's called a planning area, an area where we've agreed not to grow beyond. And we'll get into a little bit more detail here in a minute when I bring up a different slide. But in the IGA, we talk about areas where we can annex, open space, what they need to do if they're going to purchase open space, whether they need to let us know or whether it's in areas where they can just go buy it. We talk about utilities because our water plan, if you don't know it, isn't in the city of Longmont. The water plan is up at Lyons. That's in Boulder County. So we have to work nicely with them. They need to work nicely with us. So we have some agreements on that. Transportation, we talk about referrals. Referrals are information that we send to Boulder County when you're looking at a development application so that they're aware of what we're proposing next to their residents and vice versa. We have an area that they send us notice so that we know what they're looking at, what they're approving that could have an impact on the city of Longmont in our interest. There's other things covered, TDRs, as well as some joint drainage projects that were talked about in the IGA. Yes, Jeff? Oh, yes, TDRs, transferable development rights. Basically, Boulder County back in the late 80s, I believe it was 1989, set up basically a land use system where they determined the total number of development units within the county. Okay, for every parcel, they determined how many homes, for example, and I'll use homes because that's the easiest thing because they don't have much property that's not zoned residential. They determined how many units there were in the whole county. They basically set up a system and said, this is the number that we have. So let's just say that it was 10,000 units. Okay, that included existing and potential future units. They set up a system where you, in order to develop your property, could go buy them from somebody else who may not be near water and sewer or adequate transportation and actually do a development, so long as you went out and purchased those development rights from someone else who owned them. So they basically kept track then of if Judd had 5 units and I wanted to buy 3 of them from him, we would work out a sale price. He would sell them to me. I would own those certificates. I would go to the county. I would show them that I bought 3 units. My property only allowed 2. I want to do 5. I would go through the county system. If I met all their regulations, everything was in place, they could approve me to build 5 units. Those 5 then were taken off the list. They're gone. So transfer development rights was moving the rights off of Judd's property to my property to allow for development, preserving his. Now he's been paid for the value of those, still has a few left, can decide when and where what he wants to do with them, but it's a way for him to be able to have value that he can decide what he wants to do with those, as long as he meets the county's process. It's pretty tough. But that's another presentation all by itself. All right, so let's go to our next. So Weld County IGA, what you're looking at is County Line Road is north and south right here. Okay, so we have the city of Longmont in blue. We have Meade in yellow. We have Firestone, kind of this pinkish orange, maybe University of Texas color. And then we got maybe like the Marlin color, I don't know, like an aqua down here for Frederick. Weld County takes a little bit different stance to development. I would say if Boulder County is very restrictive, I would say that Weld County is less so. Their IGA is also different. Their IGA does not try to get into necessarily our business of how we develop. They're interested in preventing conflicts between communities. A long time ago, I don't know if many of you were here, we had a conflict with Firestone where we fought over some area that we annexed out near the reservoir area. Went to court, and long story short, we lost. It's not to any of our benefit to argue and fight over land. And so Weld County's IGA is really set up more to determine where do you have interests, where can we agree that, well, that Longmont's going to grow, where is Meade going to grow, and can you guys work together with each other to try to come to kind of an agreed upon location of how you're going to grow. So that's really how Weld County looks at it. They also agree to send us referrals, not only Weld County, but these communities. So when other developments are happening adjacent to the city, they send those to us. We do the same to keep them abreast of what's going on in the city of Longmont. St. Vernon Valley School District. So we have an IGA with them. In general, it covers two things. And these are the two things that you're going to get questioned on at almost every public hearing. First is, there's not room at that school. My kids go there. I know they've got modulars. There's not room for more kids. As part of our IGA, we send every development goes to the St. Vrain School District. They review it. They have a calculation method to determine how many students are going to come out of every different type of housing that we can build. They enter that information in. They look at the boundaries to determine what school that they are going to be going to, assuming they stay in their home schools. Obviously, there's open enrollment. You can drive your child to another school if you wish to. But they do an assessment, and as you'll see on here, and what I tell everybody to focus on when you see these in your packet, is the blue area. As of 24-25, what is the school capacity going to be with these new students? And what does it end up as we go out roughly 5 years? Our intergovernmental agreement says, and you can see it right here in the third line, that if any residential project causes any school on this list that's in the feeder system for that location where that project's going to be to exceed 125%, our IGA says we cannot approve that development. The school district does the math. If their math says it's at 24%, they're telling us they have capacity. They gave us this number. This was not our number saying, why don't we set it at 125 versus 100? No, this is their number. If it doesn't exceed that 125%, then they're telling us they have capacity. That doesn't mean they don't have modulars. That doesn't mean that they're not using a janitor closet for art class. It doesn't mean that. They're saying that they can provide the education at 125%. But if it exceeds it, then they don't have room. Go ahead.
So we see something from the school district. We see something from the school district on every development proposal. And presumably, because of this IGA, we would never see a project that exceeds the 125%. So they're providing us information just because they had to do it, but we're never gonna see one that exceeds 125% because it wouldn't go through you guys.
So you could.
Oh.
You could, but it's rare. In all of my time here, we have had to stop development twice because a new school was not funded and not under construction or would not allow to the school district to show that those numbers were going to be below 125% at year 3. Okay?
So a parcel for development might just get put on hold until a new school is built.
Correct. If we will tell them, look, we're going to recommend denial because of our IGA, they could still choose to move forward and say, I don't care. I want you to deny me. I want to appeal it to city council because I want to go to court. The other way that you could see it is that we would get this, and we had this happen one time. We had one developer who came back in and said, I'm going to build it as senior housing. If it's truly age-restricted housing, that does not generate, technically, does not generate children. Therefore, you're still going to get an evaluation that shows that there wouldn't be capacity. But as long as it meets all of the city's requirements and the school district's requirements for notes and things on the plat to restrict it, then we could approve it. That happened over at Eastgate, which is Shadowgrass, 17th and County Line Road. Well, I believe it was the second filing. The developer came in and said, there was no room. I'm not going to do it. Went through the whole process, got it approved. Year after the school got built and the capacity was in, finished the development, removed the restriction, paid all the fees anyway, and went for it. But we didn't overcapacity the school. But at that time, we had capacity. He had his approvals in place. He went through the proper process to change it from age restricted to non-age restricted. So he was able to get through quicker. He didn't have to come back after a couple of years, but that's what he did. So, but the main point I want to bring is this isn't city doing this math. This is the school district. They tell us we're following their math. If they want to argue with the school district on the math, go ahead, but it's their math. Okay. The other thing that people will talk about is, they're coming in, but they're not paying, they're not buying into our community. They're going to add more cost, I got to pay more taxes to help. The IGA does establish a fee in lieu for land to be able to purchase sites for schools. That's all ours covers. The amounts are on the screen based on the type of housing and the generated need. This example of 306 apartments that was sent over to them, and this was actually last year, they were going to generate over $200,000 in fees that the school district would keep to be able to use to buy land, to be able to build additional schools if needed within the city of Longmont's area. Okay, so these are the two things that our IGA covers with the school district, and two things that you may actually have asked questions during a public hearing. All right, so future growth and development. Let me get caught up here on my notes real quick here for us. So this really is where I think if you're trying to figure out what your job is here on this commission, this is where the rubber meets the road for you guys. Is, how is the city developing? Do they meet our rules and regulations? Does it meet the vision of the community? And so, let's see. So earlier we were talking about the Boulder County super IGA, and as I mentioned before, we have the areas of annexation, the areas for open space, and then basically the areas that we can develop. And so again, Longmont's up here in this corner, and As we talked about just a few minutes ago with the open space program, Boulder County and their TDRs back in the late 80s. You can see Longmont up here in the top corner with the gray area. You can see the investment that's been made not only by the county, but by county and city in outright purchases, in conservation easements. You also have federal lands. You have the Rocky Mountain National Park, the wilderness areas, federal lands. All of that's shown. So keeping that in mind, when we entered into the IGA, we established our future growth area back in the 90s. We said that back in the 90s, we would stay within a box. The line that you see up on the screen is our box. The box has been the same since I started back in 1999 here. And in order for that to change, would just about take an act of God, because Boulder County has no reason to extend that and let us grow into other areas. So the areas that we're planning for are the vacant areas within the city and those areas that are existing that we may want to redevelop.
Yeah. So on this illustration, it shows properties east of County Line Road. Does the IGA with Boulder County apply to Weld County development?
No, it does not.
Okay.
And the planning area boundary that we have out in Weld County that we show over here, down in this right-hand corner down here, the planning area, in general, we move that with an amendment if the area is going to be developed.
Okay.
So for example, we've annexed area all around Union Reservoir, but because that's all open space, not intended for development, we did not expand our planning area because we don't intend for development to occur in that area.
Okay.
Okay? But great question. All right. Yes.
With respect to this IGA limitations, can't we just impose tariffs?
Say that one more time.
Just impose tariffs? Do what we want to do?
Inside it or outside of it?
And what limits us? An agreement?
So I don't know whether or not the IGA includes any kind of penalty provisions. I would almost doubt that we do. I think it's really a common interest of that, you know, we value the open spaces that we have around the community, and those are important. And we want to see compact urban development that is more efficient, a better use of our natural resources, and isn't sprawl to where at some point we may not be able to maintain our roads or pay to upgrade our utilities because we don't have enough people on them to make it work.
I could see some areas north and west, a lot of it is open space.
Mm-hmm.
Some of it isn't.
Yep, not yet. But we also expanded just recently passed our open space tax. The county, I think, did something very similar a year or two ago to continue to be able to go out and purchase.
My question is this absolutely static, or is there any room, you say Boulder County's not interested? Politics at one level.
In some level it is, right? I mean, if you had commissioners that were willing to discuss with Longmont changing our planning area boundary, yes, it could. It would take both parties to agree to it. But right now, this is what we've agreed to, and we just renewed it last year.
Yeah.
What was do you remember the term? We just last year renewed it as well, so.
So basically, because of the IGA, legally, we cannot annex outside of that area?
Yes. No, legally too.
Oh, see.
I just found the IGA. So the IGA has a 20-year term, but we can renegotiate after 10 years. And there is a provision for enforcement saying that we can go to court for specific performance deck actions or injunctive relief for violations of it. So the Boulder County could sue the city if we tried to annex land outside of our Longmont planning area, unless it was for open space. I think there's an exemption for that.
So our last chance to negotiate was last year. I did raise my hand in one meeting and say, why not? Why not go ask them if we could go? But nobody else wanted to do that. I'm always the troublemaker, just so you guys know, in meetings. But anyway, that is our planning area. That is where it comes from. And you know, the thing to keep in mind, because oftentimes in hearings, someone will say, you know, that property is open space out my back window. It's not developed, it's open space. The open spaces that we've planned for are either identified on the comprehensive plan, which I'm going to show you in a minute, as parks, green areas on the comp plan, or as we agreed to with the county, they're going to be purchasing and buying the open space to prevent the rest of the county from becoming developed. Development's supposed to be directed to the cities. So that's why when someone who lives in the county in an area that's not annexed wants to do development and they go to the county is going to send them to us. And they're going to have to deal with us on the development to make sure it meets what we envision for the city of Longmont and meets our plans. Whereas in other counties, if you say no, the county often will approve their development. And that's why you'll see in some counties, cities that grow out like an octopus, because they'd rather have it in their control and have some control over it, even if it's not exactly what they wanted, than letting it develop out in the county and having it impact them, but no benefit to their community. So the future land use transportation plan, this is the map that is within Envision Longmont. The box, the LPA, if you look in there and squint real hard, you'll see a blue line that goes around the areas here. Starts right up here, north of Highway 66, about a mile. Goes in both directions, comes down at an awkward angle over towards County Line Road a little bit. This is the County Line Road intersection. Comes down, as we saw, down County Line Road, jumps out into Weld County, comes back into Boulder County and works its way around. We're pretty much, for the, as you saw in the red, we've pretty much annexed most of the ground. There's still some areas. Most of it's in floodplain, or it's areas that have some kind of issues like the sugar mill, right, that we're trying to work with property owners on. But this is the plan. This is the vision for Longmont that was generated when we did Envision Longmont, the comprehensive plan for the community. The comprehensive plan, as I think everybody understands, again, Envision, the document itself, it's probably about 100 pages. It talks about our goals, our wants, our dreams, right? Sometimes they may be counter to other things within that plan. But what this map is trying to do is represent where development should occur and what the intensity of it should be. Should it be commercial? Should it be residential? Should it be multifamily? Should it be single family? Should it be employment area? Should it be commercial? So all of these colors are what we use then when we meet with folks to talk about what was the comprehensive plan envisioning for this area that you want to develop. And then ultimately we also look at the zoning map, which is the implementation tool for this. This is what the zoning map ultimately gets us, what this plan is talking about. For those of you that don't know, the comprehensive plan was adopted last in 2016. We're almost 10 years now. And, you know, depending on how quickly a community is growing, how quickly a community is changing, sometimes communities won't update their comp plan for 15, 20 years. Sometimes they'll do it at 10 years. Sometimes they'll do it at 5. It's really based on How is the community responding to the plan? Have we outgrown it? Has the vision changed? Is there a different feeling of how the community wants to grow and develop versus when this last one was done? The council dictates when we begin doing those updates. We may make recommendations about, hey, we think certain sections of this should be updated based on the decisions that have been made, what we've heard from you. But ultimately, the council would direct us when we would actually begin this. They would fund it, and then they would allot that into our work plan so that we have time to work on that. So the land development code. The land development code, you probably heard tonight, we were talking about specific sections of it when we were talking. Again, these are the rules, the regulations. These are the processes that we have to follow for our development. And whenever my staff is working with folks, that's their primary tool that they're looking at to determine whether or not that gas station could potentially go there, what the regulations are that then apply to it. So any of the stuff that was talked about like tonight or on other projects, that's going to be the regulations that we're reviewing. We're going to let you know if they don't meet a regulation. We're going to let you know what the proper process is. Is it a modification? Is it a variance? We're going to bring those forward to you and spell that out in the staff reports so that you understand what you need to do in your role as planning commission for that item. So we talked about what it is. It was the last major update was updated in 2018. So about 2 years after we adopted Envision Longmont, we hired a consultant, redid it to make sure that our rules and regulations were trying to get what was envisioned in that plan. That was the goal. These are the regulations to try to achieve that goal. Is it perfect? It's not. Because as we talked about, we could probably all read it and find a certain section that we agree with that someone else may not, right? And the rules are doing their best to try to say, okay, based on this big document, how are we going to get to their end goal of this vision for Longmont? That's what these regulations are meant to do, is get us to that vision that was identified in that comprehensive plan. These are just the sections. I'm not going to go through every one of them, but a lot of information, a lot of regulations that we have to be aware of and processes that we have to follow. We talk about the different zoning districts within there. We talk about where should the buildings be oriented, where should they be set back, how tall can they be, what other limitations do they have. Those are all spelled out in the land development code. This is the copy of the zoning map. This shows the zoning for the city of Longmont. This zoning is reflective and should correlate to the land uses that are shown in the Envision Longmont and that land use map that we talked about, the planning area on it. If it's an area says it's residential, low density, it should be low density then for the zoning, because that's how you're going to achieve that goal. So when we adopted the land development code, we also updated and adopted a new zoning map to reflect these zoning districts that we have. We also then went through and determined what uses are allowed in each one of these districts. And I would say that those are things that probably need to be focused on more in future updates. Things that we should be thinking about of, should certain uses be in certain zones? Or should they be with certain conditions or standards, right? Like to make sure they're not negatively impacting adjacent properties or other developments. So I would just say in future updates, those are things that I think we should look at. We also talk about other kinds of uses that are permits that we give out, whether it be temporary events, whether it be accessory dwelling units, whether it be Christmas tree stands. We also talk and have regulations, as you know, landscaping, parking, the standards, that lighting, things that you talked about tonight. Oil and gas standards, we're fortunate in that we don't have any within the city limits right now, but that's another standard that we have in there. some of the other section signs that we deal with, definitions. So all of that leads to the development review process, and I'm getting close to being done. So give me just a little bit more time here. This is where you guys get to come in, right? Because you're a part of the development review process. And staff is a part of the development review process, but it's also important for you guys to understand how council's vision, and ever since I started working here, it has always been explained to me that council wants to make sure that people know what is going on in the city of Longmont. Even if we're doing it to the fault or maybe even to the detriment of and I don't want to say the city as it being a detriment, but there are times where we notice people of an application where they're receiving notice of somebody going to do something, but they have no right to appeal. But we're still letting them know just because it's going to be something they're going to see. It might be their neighbors adjacent building a new accessory dwelling unit. It might be the business across the street that's going to do an addition or an expansion. The council has always been one that has said, we want our folks to know what's going on in our community and be involved, engaged, ask what's going on. So that's what I'm going to talk a little bit about is some of the processes. And as you saw tonight in the packet, while we didn't have anybody from the residents here in the meeting tonight, we receive feedback starting at the neighborhood meeting, coming all the way through. And that is what we're after. We want to understand what their concerns are so we can see if there's anything we can try to do to mitigate it using our rules, regulations to help address concerns. So in general, the flow chart on the right is the general process that a development has to take. I'm not going to go through every one of them, but I think the important ones to understand is first they meet with staff. We talk to them about whether or not it's even allowed. We get rid of some people that way. We talk about and require neighborhood meetings for applications that are going to go especially through public hearing process. We talked then about our DRC process where our city staff that you saw a number of tonight, where those are professional engineers, certified planners, other folks that have, whether they be biologists or other expertises that they have had training on, they are involved in the review of our projects to make sure that our regulations are being met. And then after that, depending on the type of application, whether it's a major project and the type of it, which I'll get into in a minute, either the planning commission is the decider or you're making a recommendation to city council. And I'll talk about those options in a minute. But in general, that is the process that they have to go through. The DRC review process, as you've heard, can be lengthy. We know of projects that have been in our system for multiple years. And I mean by like 4 years. And while I would say we're not perfect, sometimes when you hear that, there's a reason usually because we're hung up on trying to get a regulation met. Because we're telling them they're still not meeting it and they need to resubmit so that we can make sure that it meets the regulation. That's usually what causes a project to stay in our system a long time. Again, these are the people that are involved when we start the development process. Again, the neighborhood meetings where we basically let the neighbors know what's being proposed. The applicant does a presentation. We do these on Zoom, right? Is it Zoom now or is it Teams? And Zoom. And so what I would say is that we've had some people who have complained that we've gone to these, but I will tell you that we've had, I would probably wager at least twice as much involvement in our neighborhood meetings since we started this. Because now when somebody comes home after working all day and they don't want to drive across town for a 6 o'clock meeting, they can click the link, go onto our website, and they can watch the presentation while they're making dinner or while they're eating dinner or while they're doing anything else that they need to do. Or they can come back later because we save that recording and we put it out there and we can include it in your packet so that you can go and watch it. We're having a lot more people actually being able to participate in these and understand what's happening, where before we would have a meeting and we might have 7 or 8 people out of 200 notices that went out come to one of those meetings and listen. And then no one else had the ability to ever hear it. If someone calls us the next day and says, what happened? We can send them an email link. Just click on it. If you got an email and you got a viewer, you can watch it and you can see the presentation's usually 5 minutes. First 7 minutes of the meeting, and you got everything that probably you needed to know about the project. And it's really been really valuable. So we understand there are some folks, and mostly it's from folks that tell us that they're not tech savvy. Usually that's some of the older population that say that they don't have the ability, but that's rare. That's rare that people say that they don't understand or don't have an email, can't click on a link and have it open up on their phone and play. So I just want to let you know again that sometimes you may hear people complain that we didn't have an in-person meeting, but that's the main reason why. Since COVID, we've gone to this. We feel this is a great way to get participation. These are the notice signs. We post for the neighborhood meeting. We post when an application is under review. We then repost for the meeting tonight. So if someone's driving by at any time in probably the last 9 months for the project you saw tonight, they should have seen all 3 of these signs out there on the property. We also do mailed notice. We also put the notice in the newspaper. We also publish your agenda. So we do a lot of notice to try to let people know what's going on in their neighborhood, or even if it's an area that they drive by on the way to work every day and they just want to know what's going on. We also have information on the web that we can direct them to with a map that you can go and see where the projects are, click on it and get a thumbnail kind of quick what's going on with a contact info of our staff to talk to. So we try to make sure that we include a lot of information for the public. We were talking just a minute ago about the DRC process and that it can take a few years. This little chart right here is the actual process steps for getting to city council if you were going to do an annexation. This includes meeting with us in the beginning, your neighborhood meeting, doing all of your posting, turning in your project, doing your reviews, going through the review process, sending things out for referral, resubmitting, going back through, coming to the planning commission, going through that process. That's my 2-minute warning. We're not going to talk about that. I've really kind of covered these. When we talked about the land development code. So now I get into your role. We have a number of decision-making bodies, and they're up on the screen. I talk about most of them, but I'm going to cough more. The thing to understand is that you are basically one of the spokes in the wheel of regulation that allows us to approve development within the city of Longmont.
And there are some things that staff can review and approve, some things that a director can approve, planning commission can approve, city council, and the board of adjustment. You probably already know about your lengths of terms for those of you that are on and can't ever get off, as well as our alternates. We thank you for your service. It is very important. Without you guys, this job would be a lot harder. So we just want to say thank you. Typically, we also have council liaison that attends occasionally. And the primary functions, as have been talked about, I think, probably in some of your other discussions with Jeremy and with Grant, is set out is that you are basically the ones who prepare the comprehensive plan. So when staff does the work and we bring sections to you and we talk about it, you're the ones reviewing it, and you're the ones helping us come to a final version of that plan. You're also reviewing and making recommendations on legislative actions. So that could include, for example, code updates that we would bring to you. You're also going to be making recommendations to the council for annexations and for other items that may include comprehensive plan amendments and concept plan amendments. And then you're also going to be the decider on certain items that are specific land use applications. So as a recommending body, making a recommendation to the city council, the ones that are listed up there are the ones that you will see that will come through, and we're going to be asking you in your packet to make a recommendation. Those include annexations, conditional use site plans, but only conditional use site plans that are adjacent to park, greenway, and open space. And a few months ago, we had our very first one ever that you guys got to act on, and that was for the In-N-Out Burger. And the other items that you're going to be looking at would be any kind of amendment to the comprehensive plan. That would include not only a map revision, so somebody wants to change their color from mixed residential to high density residential, you would be looking at that. You would be making a recommendation for the council. Same with the rezonings of a property and concept plan amendments. So when we annex a property into the city, when we bring it in, it has a concept plan that tells us how they intend to develop it. We have an agreement with them, a legal document that basically says you will develop it this way. If they want to do it any different, they have to come back through our process and amend it. You get to make a recommendation on that. And then finally, and in some cases, not all cases, vacations may come here. I think in my time, we've only brought maybe a handful of them ever to the city, to the planning commission. The ones that we bring to the planning commission typically are ones that deal with public access. So if we had originally platted in a subdivision an access that gave access from a road to our greenway, but it was never fully constructed, the adjacent neighbors now want to prevent that. They're tired of having people crossing through their property. They want to ask to get it vacated. We would bring that to you for a recommendation because it impacts the public. If it was a water line easement, we're not going to bring that to you. Our water folks are deciding what's best for the water system and whether they need that easement. Okay, so that'll just go straight to council. So the items that are starred, including the land development code amendments, are not always brought to you, but in the best case, especially I think in land development code amendments, it would always be to the best interest of the community for you guys to take a look at those and make a recommendation. But sometimes council directs us to bring a change back to them immediately, and we don't go through a public process with you guys. That we follow their direction. They have that ability to tell us to do that. So that's why that's starred. You are the approval body for conditional use site plans, like you had tonight. Preliminary plats, when somebody wants to subdivide a parcel into more than 4 pieces of sellable land. PUDs,
So if we were looking at trying to, do a PUD, which you again saw one this year, for the house pad project down south of Costco, that would come to you, and that you are the deciders on that. You are also the deciders on variances. There are a few nuances to that, but currently, since we do not have a board of adjustment, all variances come to the Planning Commission. If we had one, though, fence variances, some setback, and I think sign variances are the three things that the Board of Adjustment would hear that you guys would not. We would not bring those up unless they were specifically a part of a development application we were reviewing, then we would bring that up to you. So if I was building multifamily, I wanted to build a 10-foot wall, that needs a variance, that's coming up to you to hear because it's part of a development application. If it's an existing apartment complex, they're not doing anything other than they want to put up a 10-foot wall, that variance would go to Board of Adjustment. Let's see, the red ones here that are shown up here are the final and minor subdivision plats, site plans, and limited use site plans. The only time you will see those is if the director makes a decision, and there are criteria that Grant has to look at, that he has determined has a greater impact. He can decide to put that forward to you to review any of those red applications, and then you would be the actual deciders on that. If that's the case, all of the items that you are the approval body on are appealable up to the city council. So ultimately, if a project is sent to you and you are the decider, someone could appeal the decision up to city council. And that's not just the applicant, that could be a resident. So just know that that's an option for people, is that they could appeal a decision. And so these are the ones that you could be in the red and are in the black on the screen, the deciders on. And then as an appeal body, if Grant were to make somebody really mad on a site plan and they didn't like it, they could appeal his decision to you, and then you would act as an appeal body. You would review that based on the appeal regulations and rules associated with an appeal, and you would render a decision on whether or not Grant's decision was correct. And then the other that we have is that you're also the appeal body on certain administrative applications. Some of you may remember we had a short-term rental that I brought forward a couple years ago. A lady lived in Boulder County with a city of Longmont zip code, and argued that she was a resident of Longmont, or that met the residency requirement. And you guys had to, because we denied her permit, she did not live in the city limits, and you upheld that decision. So that's an example of an appeal that you could hear, along with any temporary uses or minor modifications. If the minor modification were denied, they could appeal that and request relief from that decision. So I've talked a lot, and that's why I'm going to call it, unless you got questions. Yes, sir.
This is directed to you. I want to talk about the quasi-judicial process in our role as pathfinders to apply the development code based upon the testimony of witnesses, of which, Don, your staff are witnesses. They're expert witnesses. They're presenting to us something that they have worked up.
Yeah.
My sense is sometimes we take that as gospel. It's not necessarily gospel. It is our duty to review those facts as presented by sometimes residents, sometimes by the planner, the applicant. It's the applicant who carries the burden of proof. It's the applicant who has the obligation to convince us that they've met the code. I'm not repeating that. But Don, you guys are experts, but not infallible. Do you agree?
I would agree.
Okay.
And I think you bring up a good point, because I have sat here in meetings and I have had applicants say things that I know are not true that are never questioned. To ask staff, is that true? And I think it goes both ways. I think if you have a question about what we're stating, I think it's fair to ask. But I would also ask you, that we're human. If there is an error made, I guarantee you no one on our staff is ever going to purposefully do something or tell you something that they knowingly know is not correct. And if you find an example, I would just say, just understand, they're not trying to trick you. And oftentimes, once they see it, I'm sure they will say, hey, I'm sorry, I messed up, and you are correct, and that was an error.
And the flip side of that, which is that sometimes some of us are aggressive in terms of identifying and making sure that issues are lined up. And it's not disrespectful.
Right.
It's trying to make sure that the process follows the right process.
Correct.
And that at the end of the day, the rule of law is followed, that we are giving due process its proper respect, which
Yes.
is that the people are given an opportunity to present in a public hearing their facts to a dispassionate board, commission, that acts like a judge. I mean, we
Yeah.
make a decision for them
Yeah.
that has a rule of law, a determination of law associated with it. And my point being is that you present to us as a fact delivering body. We are a fact determining body.
Yeah. One of the things that, Grant and I have talked about, and I've talked about this with Josh, I believe a little bit as well. He'll either throw something at me or shake his head. In the presentation tonight, there was information about like the traffic study and some of the other documents. And we've talked a little bit about, our packets are huge, right? I mean, when we include everything that's been reviewed in a development application, that packet could probably be 500 pages if it's got a drainage report, a traffic study, environmental report, ESA. I mean, all of these things plus the plans that you're looking at for approval and then our staff report, that gets to be a lot. We put them in because I think we've had a request over the years, hey, can we see them? But one of the things we've been wondering is, should we be presenting more about those topics so that you may not necessarily need to review the report, but you may have questions about the presentation. If we cover and talk about levels of service at the intersection, we talk about the trip generation, that we agree with those numbers, you may just ask questions related to, well, what does the improvements look like that they need to build for this site specific to address those concerns? What is the A-cell, D-cell lane that they have to build? What is the pork chop going to look like out in that street so people don't make that illegal turn? But we're trying to figure out whether or not maybe there's some stuff that we could do on our presentations that might save you from having to have a packet that's so thick that unless you're a heck of a good speed reader, I don't see how you're getting through it all. And those are just things from a process improvement that we would ask you is, would you see value in having our drainage engineer talk about, hey, we've looked at their study. We believe that what they're showing, there is capacity, that they've addressed how they're going to handle the runoff. The traffic study, same, talking again about those impacts, the environmental person talking about what was found or what wasn't found. Those are things that we could include in our presentations more than just having the project planner or whoever is the project manager standing up here and just giving you a brief overview, right? We could go a little bit more in depth if that was beneficial to the commission. I would just throw that out as something for you guys to think about of whether or not there'd be benefit of having that, or if you would just say, you know what, we'd still like seeing all those reports. Okay.
To that, I would say, the review of the application is important. Brand new Commissioner Earl today looked at a traffic study report in detail and found things that were interesting, salient, and turned out to be because we were looking at the wrong dated report.
Yeah.
But that level of detail that we have the opportunity to devote to this review, I think is important. And I will comment that the reports that we are seeing recently from staff are a little short. In terms of exactly what we're looking at, why we're looking at it, and how it fits together. I've just noticed that in the last 6 to 8 months.
Yeah.
I liked it better before, for whatever, if that means anything. The presentations that staff gives now, or that just gives, that's good because hopefully we've already done our homework. At receiving the information now is probably too late.
Okay. It's a fair
in
point.
my opinion. We need, it is a lot to read, but that's that's the homework that has to be put into this job,
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, again, I'm just asking, right? Because if it's more help, we would rather make sure that we're giving you what you need to make your decisions. Because honestly, we want you to feel like, hey, we've got everything. I know what the issues are. I know what I'm being asked to review and look at and decide on, and I know what the review criteria are, and I've got the evidence here that I can look at and make that decision. And if we're lacking in areas, please let us know, because again, our job is to try to make sure that you have enough information to make a good decision. So.
Are there any other questions for Don?
Saying, get him out of here, man. He talks. All right.
Commissioner Boone.
I just want to say thank you so much.
Sure. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I almost had an extra cough drop to give to you because I've got a cough as well. So I'm sorry you were dealing with that and really appreciate the talk. I've asked this on another occasion, but is there a way for the PowerPoint to be sent to us so that I can print it out on my printer and review it again and remember what and remember what you talked about?
I was watching the presentation earlier and I started hearing the questions about lighting and stuff, and then I sent Kristen an email saying, hey, I can come over if you need, and she said, would you? I was going to print this out actually, but yes, we can definitely do a Dropbox with the presentation so that you've got that, and if you want to print it off.
I mean, you've put
yeah.
so much work into it, and to just have it, breeze by in 30 minutes and then not be looked at again is kind of a shame.
Yeah, my hope was that I was actually going to be able to give you paper copies so you could make notes on things, and then later we could talk. But if there are other topics for future that you'd like to get more in depth on, by all means, let us know.
Also, when you email that out, can you include a link to Envision Longmont and a link to the municipal code? And maybe even, like, these are the sections that maybe you should know about, not necessarily have to read, but so that way, if you look at the pack and you say, wow, this is coming up, you say, that's in the municipal code in this section, and I can then read up on it before the meeting.
Yeah, and just those were the ones that I actually had read when I started my coughing fit.
Yeah.
Somewhere back right here, blue. There you go, the darker blue ones. Those are probably the 4 sections that I would say are always good to just take a look at. The 1502 talks about why you're looking at it, what the process is, what the rules are for everything for notice, things like that. Zoning districts obviously talks about intent, talks about the regulations that those have, use regulations, same thing. So those would be the ones, but yeah, we can easily send that out to you and get that out.
I mean, you can Google the link, but if you can just put that in there where it's an easy click and.
Sure, yes, yeah, we can do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yes.
Of course.
It was actually very good. I loved it a lot.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
So, all right. Well, if you want anything else from me, just let me know. I'm still here for a little while. So.
Okay, thanks, Ben.
All right. Thank you. You guys have a great night.
Okay, let's go ahead and move to the next, which is public invited to be heard final call. I assume nobody was on the list, and seeing nobody coming forward, I will first of all go ahead and open it up and then close public invited to be heard final call. Items from the commission. I will say we had the discussion earlier when it was in regards to the land acknowledgement. One of the things I also want to remind everybody is that's not the end all. One of the things we had talked about when we initially discussed this and put it into the agenda was that if there's anything that comes up in your head that says maybe we could do this, and I can't even think of examples, but acknowledging the acknowledgement of the land doesn't stop with just putting in the acknowledgement in our agenda. It doesn't stop with us reading it at the beginning of the meeting. If there's anything you can think of, it's things we can discuss as a commission. It's one of the things we had talked about when we initially discussed this. So that's one of the things that I thought about when we were discussing whether or not to say it at the beginning of the meeting, and also to make sure that's not the end all. So, anybody else have anything? Seeing that, we'll move on. Council Representative, and is it Rodriguez still for us? Do we know?
I believe so.
Okay, was not able to join us today. Next, items from Planning and Development Services Director Grant Penland.
Sorry, I'll try to make this brief. Just wanted to kind of do a look ahead again. I know we looked at this at the end of last year and tried to give you a preview, and I think there's a Burns poem about the best laid plans, and they, undoubtedly are changing. So we'll try to keep you up to date as much as possible. And I think you already saw the January 22nd work session, All Strike Study, about the topics that we plan to cover on that date. Fairly robust. We're going to cover those three items at once. I'll let you know again if something changes, but I think we were able to successfully get the appropriate staff here on the 22nd. And then looking ahead, again, still tentatively, we're looking at potentially 2 variances, and our hope is to actually provide the commission with both of those at once, since you'd be acting as the BOA, just for consistency. One of the things that might happen, just based upon timing, is if we can fit them on one meeting, both shift to the 26th, and that's what I guess the highlighted item at the end implies. So just a heads up. And then moving into March, we can kind of go back and talk topics, but
Can you go back for a second?
absolutely.
So, all of the stuff that you've got scheduled for the 19th, if it shifts to the 26th, does that mean there is no meeting on the 19th at this point? Or does some of it just spill over? And we have both meetings?
So I guess it would potentially be an and, depending on if we actually have a specific training topic, which I think ideally we could keep them separate if we need to, but that's part of this dialogue too, to kind of see what the commission would prefer. Again, I don't have we had kind of the 3 big topics that were referenced, and I think, again, going back, we're covering a couple, specifically the e-bike trends, bicycle parking, and then the Urban Renewal Authority, how the commission kind of ties into that. The overview of the transportation mobility plan is kind of an add-on as part of just an update, and we thought that might tie very well with the second topic, so that's why we included that. But then the other topic, I know one of the discussion points was drive-throughs. What I'm not able to determine yet is if the right people are going to be available for February yet, and that's kind of why I said TBD,
Okay.
if that's helpful. Again, a TBD for a specific topic in March, but at some point, and again, this is still very tentative, there will be a URA amendment for general evaluation of compliance with the comprehensive plan in the near future. Again, this is kind of a placeholder, but one of the things that I wanted to bring up is the March 19th week is spring break, so wanted to at least put that on the commission's radar. I know we adopted the calendar this evening, but if there, you know, again, after you look at your calendars, if there is going to be an issue, we'd love to hear sooner rather than later. And we can obviously be flexible and use the other week in March for whatever topic lands there. So again, kind of an informal poll at this point, but just wanted to put that on your radar.
URA.
Sorry, Longmont Urban Renewal Authority.
Okay.
Going back to, yeah, we speak in acronyms. Please don't hesitate to ask. But yeah, so we'll do the training, again, overview in February, definitely. And then, again, looking at March, but it may actually be April or later, just depending on where that falls. General overview, another thought that I just had, based upon the prior discussion, is I'll just pose the question, staff reports, staff communications. If the commission thinks that that would be a worthy topic of discussion, we can obviously just get informal input from the entire commission about what we could do better, what we could look at, or we could have that as a more formalized discussion and kind of walk through the content. If you think that would be helpful, throwing that out as another potential topic. Again, we don't have to land on a specific date, but that's something that wasn't brought up earlier, I guess, last year in terms of training discussion topics. But if we think that's valuable, happy to try to put that on a future agenda as well. And again, you don't have to answer this evening, but just wanted to float that as an idea.
I appreciate this quarterly kind of calendar. That's nice to plan for. In terms of protecting ourselves from potential land use plans that are coming up and being possibly inadvertently influenced by members of the public who might have an opinion about it beforehand, we had identified, I think, in February, maybe 2 specific things that might be coming up. Do we know of any more specific things that we could share? And I don't know how to do that without, you know, giving us too much information up front too from the city side.
Sure. Of course, we have a lot of projects in the pipeline. I can say nothing definitive that is, I'll say, 30 to 60 days out at this point, if that answers your question.
I guess as a
Yeah.
follow-up to that, something like Kanemoto.
Sure.
And I guess my worry would be what we experienced with Bond Farms, where people start coming to the meeting and
Months in advance.
months in advance.
Kanemoto is an annexation, so they can come to any meeting they want.
That's true, because we're not the
We're not.
quasi-judicial.
It's a legislative action, it's not quasi-judicial. So the one that might come up in the near future is Modern West again.
Okay.
So I'd stay away from Modern West as a general idea.
And if it came to the public invited to be heard process.
I think the plans are too nebulous to even give a warning for public invited to be heard. I would just say Modern West generally at this point, but if someone wants to come to public invited to be heard saying, I don't want residential near the airport, there's no reason to cut them off. Same if they would say, I don't think Modern West should exist, I think that's fine too. I think there's no plan specific enough at this point for Modern West, but
Okay.
don't take on any Modern West work, maybe. Looking at the attorney.
Look at the airport
No.
guy. Airport guy.
Airport guys.
Okay, is there anything else?
Nothing else
Seeing nothing else, we are in adjournment.
Thank you, sir, for running that for me.
You, my friend, get to have somebody show you how to work the phones.
I've already
Or
been
work the